Do 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 do. All right. Get this fucking thing on me. Fuck that work shirt. Fuck a work shirt. Oh, I feel all sticky and sweaty. Still not connected to the phone. Hey. This plugged up. Come on, don't be a bitch. There we go. Cool. Looks like I'm definitely, most certainly gonna need to re-up possibly tomorrow. That's for fucking sure. Oh no. The buff below. No. It makes me sad. But it has to all make it work. Man, I am done with this fucking heat. Can we not have, like, world record temperatures destroying us and our souls? Please and thank you. Ugh. It fucking sucks. Like, jeez Louise. Plus, I just don't do well in heat at all. Like, at all. Fucking cycloballs. I've just never known to be good with that heat at all. Oh, I got some bowl loaded. Yeah, do this real quick, y'all. Oh, that. Cool. Yeah. So glad I have a weekend. I feel like I just like, despite him being able to like squeeze in a bunch of fun time and shit, I just feel like I don't really have a day off. Especially like this past week, the urge, just the utter urge, just to not show up at all was so strong. Just be like, nah. I won't even call and I'll just disappear and say that some shit happened and, and I'll, fucking, make up the hours or something. Well, honestly, I bet that's it. Because I know I was at least late after the 4th a little bit. And, I was making up at least a little bit from that last time. But, yeah, ugh. I'm going to at least see if I can do a mid-shift for Tuesday, so I can at least see Los Amadros. Fucking hell, Jesus Christ! The name always like mistakes me. That's what I get for not knowing Spanish. Los Hablados. Okay, Los Hablados. I want to see if I can try to see them Tuesday, so I'm going to try to do a mid-shift instead, or I guess a cooking shift. Because if I can see that shit, I'll be happy about that. That'll be nice. Because also there's like a couple other bands I haven't seen. One of them I haven't seen in a long time. I think it's, what they're called. Freak something or something like that. I forgot the exact name right off the top of my head. But there's at least like 3 bands. Los Malhavados and then like 2 others. So I want to at least try to catch that shit. Because I definitely want to see these guys live again, for sure. I was actually also catching up with Leftist Mafia a little bit earlier today. And I did not know that Matt Bender was a fucking hardcore punk head. Like, because I sent a super chat being like, hey, anyone like punk? And he's just like, you new here? And I'm just like... And I was like, oh. So I mentioned Los Malhavados and then... a couple other bands to recommend, including MDC, and he knew of MDC too. He's like, oh, cool recommends, I'll check them out, and I actually know of MDC. If it's the same one I know of, then I think it's the one we're talking about, and of course it was, because when he mentioned, oh, for those who don't know, MDC stands for Millions of Dead Cops, and I'm just like, yep, he does it. I'm just like, okay, dude, Matt Bender just gained like 8 kajillion respect points. I've heard his name before through like the grapevine, and seen some of his stuff, but I never was like, super, like, in a know about him, but knowing that he's a hardcore punk head, and now I at least just recently got a YouTube channel started where he's doing live streams there, I'm tuning into his shit. I'm gonna, like, see if I can call in, because apparently he lets people call in and shit like that. So, I'm probably gonna have a new friend here pretty quick. I also figure I'll probably delve into some kind of big little topics that are going on for the last couple days. But we'll save all that for a little bit later. Just replying to something here real quick from a friend on Telegram. Oops. There we go. Oops. Motherfucker. Man, it is hard to type like this sometimes. Oops. There we go. Looks like one of my friends had a little fun day today. They went to the coast in Astoria. And there's this really cool place that he went to apparently called Galactic's Arcade and Tap House in Astoria. And it sounds awesome. What from my friend says, as like an open bar with, well, I think he meant to say really large beer selection, but he just says really beer selection. But I think he meant to say really large beer selection and an arcade. Even the bathrooms are aesthetically nice. So even the bathrooms look nice. That's kind of hard to get at a bar because they're usually all raunchy and shit. So that's actually nice. That's cool. Yeah, I love these little bars that are like part arcades. Like, those are like the fucking places to go. That shit's awesome. I always wanted to go to like one of those, like, whatever barcades are available. I've been to Ground Control a couple times, but nowhere near enough for me to feel satisfied. Because that place is really dope, but it's kind of out of the way. It's actually pretty out of the way for me, but I mean, it's actually a direct shot from where it's at, but I mean, I'd have to go way out of my way to go there. And the place stays open until like 1 or something like that, but they don't let anyone else in after 11, which kind of sucks, but, so they'll let people stay there for a long time and shit like that, but I mean, there's kind of a last call for like who goes in. Which kind of sucks, but, whatever. Because last time I wanted to go in there was after a concert, which happened to end at 11, and I was like, I'll grab a drink and maybe play a game or two, one of the arcades, while I wait for the for the Max, to go home, or something like that. And they're like, oh, we just stopped letting people in. I was like, oh, what, really? Or they're like, yeah, we have a little time thing over here, and I was just like, oh, I didn't know that. Okay. And it's like, yeah, it's something we've had for a while now. I'm just like, oh, no worries, dude. It's all good. And I, because there's at least another bar that, like would sell some pizzas and some pretty decent drinks, so, like, right next door. So I just went over there instead. I mean, it kind of sucked that, like, Ground Control has that kind of rule, but it's understandable. I mean, they are in downtown, so it's like they don't want just any motherfucker, messing with their arcades or something, you know what I mean? Like, because they want to at least try to make sure that there's still a good crowd there anyway, They don't want, like, some late-night tweaker going in there and messing something up or some shit, which is understandable. It's unfortunate. Luckily, I mean, ground control isn't in a bad part of town. But it's kind of near a region of Portland that is not really great. So there's kind of a bleed off of people that, you know, aren't necessarily, you know, good actors, so to speak, that will be there. Which sucks, but, you know, what can you do? It's just part of the urban city life, basically. So, I don't know. Just kind of like one of those just oh well things.
So here's the deal.
Man, I wish there was like more Los Hablanos fucking on YouTube. I really do. Makes me sad that there isn't. I'm pretty sure actually with my upload, it's one of their songs they haven't uploaded it at all outside of like some other social media. So it's just like fuck, boo. Actually, see, I checked out to see if The Last Responders was a band that had at least some stuff on YouTube, and they also do too. So I need to get their socials on my video there too, so they can get some more recognition too. Yeah, I might as well get a couple of the other things that usually get pulled up now. Get the Redditos. See what's happening over there and all that fun shit. Or at least have it ready for later. There we go. Yeah. Might as well see if, you know, there's a good old perusal. See what's going on. What the hell is this? Okay, there's like way too much text for me to give a shit about that one. Ooh, what's this? Here, I'll probably get a chance to pull this up here in a second. Man, fucking having a reply back and forth with peoples. I always give a little credence to do that, honestly, in the first little bit of time, just because usually YouTube's retardedly shitty with notifications, and like most of the time for like the first like 10 to 30 minutes of these fucking things, there's like barely anything going on because fucking, well, YouTube sucks with this shit. It's like I wish that, you know, it would be better about it, but whatever. So I just, you know, kind of use this as like prep time, I guess. Because it definitely sucks. I mean, but whatever, you just gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, I want to check out this little thing. Explain to the boss that I'm burnt out and told me that the company will crumble if I quit. Apologies in advance for a long rant. This, my first actual adult job out of school. Blah, blah. TLDR, man. Okay, yeah, I guess there is a lot going on there, but here. Well, we'll read this. I'm curious. Okay. I started working at a startup about a year and a half ago after leaving grad school. It's my first actual job, so I went into optimism. Okay. Oh my god, this dog. That was my first actual job, so I went into optimism since I was getting paid more than the sad stipend I'd had for 5 years, and I hoped it would be different and I'd be less stressed. Turns out the second one wasn't true at all. Job wasn't 100% lined up in my field, and I specialized in BJ, so I thought I could be a stepping stone. For some months, it was okay. Heard a bunch of things, figure out how to build jobs in the industry actually works, pleasing academic advice, chasing down professors. Everyone there on my level, next most senior to the C-suite, came from academia, so we were all figuring it out together. Guy that was supposed to train me to bring me up was to speed was not the best teacher and didn't leave a lot of explanation as to why he did things or how. Oh god, I hate that. I hate that type of shit. I always try to at least, like, you know, especially visually show what I'm doing and be like, you know, and explain as I'm doing it. Like, because at least for me personally, I always felt like that's the best way to, you know, be taught. But, you know, evidently probably not with this person. So months into my time, that person quit. I suddenly absorbed all of his work. Running a project has zero background and prep of materials to cover his projects. In addition to my own. So I heard 2 people that were supposed to train to function as a prep team as left undergrad and had no industry experience either, no structure, just standard pursuit. Oh my god. Basically having to do the work of like 2 to 3 other people. And so meetings if our boss concerning hiring his replacement and dispersing our load out. After months they did get someone to take the main project but still handle all of the other tasks. In addition, and now manage a small team but can't be managed since I never had corporate management training. We're both internal and external literature for the company. Managing entire production materials. Maintain collaborators and kept them moving, blah, blah, blah. I also had no IT department. Being somewhat tech savvy, I'm now the go-to person for the whole building. Oh my fucking god. And being IT tech wizard for everybody. Great. I've also spoken to them several times about compensation and been redirected every time. Oh my god. Wow. You basically just became the fucking donkey for the fucking company, bro. Dude. No wonder this person got burnt out. Dude, yeah, they should legit, just say, fuck it, I quit then. If the company's gonna burn out, then maybe you should probably, have thought about that and maybe consider the value of my fucking work and, disperse my loadout so I could have had more free time and shit, but nope. List all things I was doing now compared to my initial 3-bullet job description. Now how I either want to discuss compensation or redistribution of tasks. I was told that that the company crumbled if I left. I'm an overthinker and people pleaser by default. The amount of stress and pressure that I put on me was nerve-wracking. Even my boss says some things along the same line when he asks how I was doing before he asked us, like, what do you want to do when you grow up? I was too stunned to answer that question at the moment, but I've been thinking about that late last year, and I know. Husband even told me that he's worried that it's worse in grad school. My OCD is flared at an alarming rate from stress and every day to do it. Straight up, well, that's rant. I know leaving this around. How do you avoid the guilt leaving those are about to get wrecked behind? Well, okay, so basically it culminates to this question. How do you avoid the guilt of leaving those are about to get wrecked behind? Well, you got wrecked when you got fucked over and left behind. So, I mean, that's kind of it. You just have to, it's like one of those situations where you have to kind of recognize that, like, the company don't give a fuck about who gets or doesn't get wrecked when it comes to someone leaving. I mean, they will say the company will crumble, sure, but that's not your problem. Who gives a shit? And it's also not the other employee's problem. The only reason why to be their problem is if they accept that type of workload and shit, or just take it. But if not, then they can walk out too, or quit, or demand some sort of compensation themselves. And if the same shit happens to them like that, then they can fucking quit too. And then the company will just crumble and fail because of the hubris of the CEO being a dumbass. So I mean, honestly, you just have to kind of realize, the reality of the situation. Realize, there really shouldn't be any guilt to it. If anything, encourage your other coworkers to do the same thing. I mean, it happens all the time at my work. Whenever people are heading out and leaving and shit, they're always encouraging everyone else to do the same. And usually that's the reason why there's a lot of exoduses when that happens. Especially when someone's been there long enough. You know, if someone is, you know, experienced, been there for, you know, a good amount of years and they leave, like, that causes a lot of other people to leave. You know, so, honestly, you know, there shouldn't be any guilt in it. You know, if anything, that kind of causes a domino effect. And be the one to start it, you know? That's what I would say for a question like that. Don't feel guilt of it. Feel proud in a way. You brought a company down just because, you know, they fucked you over and didn't realize how valuable you really were, you know, and didn't take you into real consideration for the human being that you are. And notified. Oh, you can't be on long. Gotta be up life hours. My phone's doing nothing more. Just charging, but battery life keeps bleeding. Oh, dude, that sucks. I hate that shit. The times YouTube not notifying me is when you have already uploaded something earlier and I got one for it. Dude, yeah, dude, YouTube's just so fucking weird with shit like that, bro. I don't get it. I really don't. Like, it's the same thing for other, you know, channels too. Like, it's not just me, you know, that it does this with. Like, it does this with pretty much every fucking channel that, you know, I watch for the most part. Like, I mean, sometimes I'll get a notification for something being live, you know, well into it being live, or when it's already done and shit like that. It's just, it's like, I don't get that shit. It's really dumb. But, yeah. I just kind of, you know, like, you know, all in all, just have no idea how, like, you know, this, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, the tube and shit, how the fucking bullshit works, but that's why I usually just kind of let this, you know, first, like, 30 minutes just kind of be, well, just kind of bullshitting, frankly. I don't really get into shit up until, you know, like, I mean, usually, like, 30 plus minutes in. Just kind of depends. Sometimes it ends up getting, you know, to be, you know, more bullshit and just kind of shooting shit more so than anything. Do you remember it? Oh, threads. I was considering on potentially, doing it. So I remember the movie The Ant Bully. I haven't thought of it in years, but for some reason it popped in my head the other day. The Ant Bully? The Ant Bully. I don't think so. It does. I mean, I feel like that sounds familiar, but I'm honestly not sure. Like, I honestly deadass would not know. I mean, here, let me look it up, actually. I might. Let's see. Here, there we go. It's a 2006 movie? Oh, I think oh, yeah, oh. I just looked it up. Yeah, okay, I haven't seen this movie. But, oh my god, oh, and now I know. Dude, this thing was like a huge-ass fucking movie, like, at the time or something, wasn't it? Because it was, like, huge. Like, I remember seeing that everywhere for a little bit there. Like, I never, like, at least from what I remember, I don't remember watching that much. At least, you know, not that I could think of. I mean, maybe honestly, maybe I probably fucking seen it, but I don't remember. I know it existed, I'm aware of it now, but I don't remember if I've actually, like, seen it. No, I've seen at least, like, a clip or two at some point. I definitely want to at least try to see one of the little things I can pull off, you know. Oh, bro, so I don't know if are you aware of Matt Bender by chance? He's usually kind of like in the general lefty sphere to an extent, and usually hangs out with like Mike Figueredo, David Dole a lot, because he does that leftist podcast type of thing. Saw long ago in the ER waiting room. Oh my god, that is like the worst way to see a movie of any type. It's a weird movie based on a kid's book of the same name. Wait, really? Wow, okay. Okay, so there's like some lore about this movie? What the fuck? I did not know that. Let's see what it looks like. Here, I'll pull up the Leftist Mafia that the Humanist Report did on his channel. Because they responded to some super chats that I did, or sent over. And when it was just Mike and Matt Bender, and they were the only two left. Here, let me go all the way near the end. So it's going to be somewhere near here. But here, let me at least get to kind of where my shit was. Because it was near the end, I know that much. Because these guys went on for damn near 5 hours. Where's my shit? I think it's somewhere here, I think. Oh wait, it's after. It's well after, before this. I gotta go back. Gotta go back, baby, I'm back. I'm pretty sure I have to go back. Yep, yeah, here we go. Yeah. Alright, here we go. And also the way Mike says Los Mahablados is funny too. But Matt Bender's the guy on the right.
Really appreciate that. Welcome.
But he's like a total punk head.
Let's see, $5 for me from Ignore Husky. Thank you so much. Anyone love punk? Went to a punk show and saw an awesome ska punk band called Los Angeles Mal Hablados.
Los Angeles. I love that. It's like, yeah, Los Angeles, you know, Mal Hablado, yeah, you know, that band. I don't recognize them. Yeah, well, he kind of, you know, he's one of the hosts on Left's Mafia, so this is basically, he's pretty much like, this is pretty much how I only really know him, or at least, you know, recognize him the most, but he's pretty active on Twitter and stuff like that. I like how Mike says that. Yeah, he's like, Husky. I know, I love the way he says it.
That's more
they're called Los Mal Hablados. You said
Los Mal Hablados, yeah.
You automatically said Angeles.
Okay. I should have connected the dots there.
Anyone love punk? Are you new here, Ignore?
I like how he's like that. It's like, are you new here, sir? Because he's a total punk head. He talks about punk a lot, actually.
I recommend. I actually am not familiar with that band. I'll check them out. I'm gonna Google right now.
And he also knows of MDC. We'll just kind of skip that a little bit.
Oh, okay. Also have some videos uploaded up.
Here we go.
Another good band to check out is The Last Responders and MDC. Cheers. So, two other recommendations for you.
I do know MDC, if they're talking about the same MDC that I know of. And by the way, MDC, the band I'm thinking of, the MDC stands for Millions of Dead Cops.
And yep, that's the one I was talking about. Dude, and you know what? That just gives a punk pass right there. It's like, oh my god, alright. And he started recently doing streams on YouTube now too, so I'm just like, okay, well, I know where to find him and become his friend. Like, you know, so I'm actually gonna see if I could call in on it, on stream, because apparently from my understanding, he's pretty open about having call-ins and stuff, so I'll see about also trying to do that at some point and be like, yo, let's talk about punk. Because, I mean, I know at least a little bit about, like, the modern contemporary punk scene. I mean, not super knowledgeable, but pretty general basis, like, info amount. And, you know, a little bit about the history of it to an extent, at least for, like, the like late 2000s, 2010 shit, because that's kind of when I was active in it. And well, obviously still active, within it. And, and there was kind of a period where it just kind of went away for a while. Like, I'd say around like, straight up around like, I don't know, I'd say like 2016, 17 about is when it, kind of died off for a little bit. Then COVID hit, and then I'd say around 2021, 2022 is when it started to kind of pick back up after people were starting to get sick of COVID and saying like, all right, fuck COVID, can we please start going back outside, hanging out with people and shit like that. And I think because of that, that kind of brought like a revival in different scenes, including punk, and that's kind of brought back some of the underground scene a little bit. It's, and also how, the word spread about it is also changed a little bit these days too. So it's not, marketed the same way either. Which is honestly not necessarily a bad thing, because you don't want to make the crowd super huge, because, it's an underground house show scene type of thing. It's like, having like, overcrowded area like that would be a little overkill. But anyway, it's fucking kick-ass scene. The whole like garage scene in general, especially when it comes to like rock, punk, and metal and stuff, because a lot of that overlaps a lot, especially in the PMW, and there's like the like intersectionality of music and like the like kind of overlap that goes in with that, and just seeing just all sorts of like kind of different like kind of walks of life, so to speak, kind of all come together and like, punky. You have no idea what the fuck it's supposed to mean? What's this? What the fuck does this mean? What? Men look down on single mothers are just as bad as the women who look down on bus drivers? If people make mistakes, I shouldn't define them as not judge other people to say what? What the fuck does this mean, my dude? Boris Rothkins, what? Are you smoking and can I have some? Cause, my dude, what are you talking about? I don't know what that means. For one, like, I don't know really of any men who look down on single mothers. Like, I don't even know of men who look down on single fathers, right? Like, because, either way, it's either couched as, like, for the single mothers, like, ooh, I could potentially be the stepdad that stepped up, or for, like, stepfathers, it's like, oh, he's such a strong man being a single parent, for their kid, based, so it's like, either way, what? That is so fucking confusing, dude. I don't get that. And also, the other half of it are just as bad as women who look down on bus drivers? Where in the fuck where does that even come from? I literally never... Is both needing more support, but that's a lot of job. Yeah, that's like pretty much everybody, frankly, at this point. Goddamn. Like, women who look down on... what the fuck does that even mean? I've never... What? Did this guy, like, see a woman, like, condescend and annoy a bus driver and get mad at a bus driver once and thinks all women do this or something? Like, I don't get that. This is actually really confusing me. The world doesn't owe you understanding. I don't think... Well, you know what? The world... Well, you know what? He owes the world, though? Yeah, you know what? The world doesn't owe him understanding, but he owes us understanding. Yeah, you owe us understanding and an explanation about what the fuck this means, bro. Like, what the hell? What does this even mean? It's not even a thread. It's just like, like, alright, posting this and just... It's like, what, no elaboration or anything there, bro? And you're a doctor? A PhD in what? Ten Commandments of Black Economic Power? A wealth what? I can't. Oh my god. Okay. Megan Thee Stallion. Wait, this is 5 minutes ago. Megan Thee Stallion is one of the top female entertainers in the world. Does anyone know that a stallion is an uncastrated adult male horse? That this unfortunately fits the stereotype of black woman as masculine breeder. That's why no one respects black women. What the fuck is this guy smoking? What is he smoking, dude? What does that mean? Like, no shit, a stallion is an adult male horse. You don't even have to say uncastrated. Like, because there's a specific term for a neutered horse. It's a gelding. Like, dude, what? Like, no shit. But how does that, like, fit the stereotype of women, black women mainly being masculine? What the fuck what is he smoking? Like, dude, what the hell? Dude, he's on another, like, realm of reality that I kind of want to be in. So, what is he smoking? Because I want to find out. I want to hook up, dude. Like, dude, I mean, also, like, I mean, so what if she, you know, like, is seen as a masculine breeder or some shit? I mean, you know what? Like, I sometimes I kind of like a woman with a little bit, you know, some masculine dominance and shit like that in her, okay? Maybe I do. Well, what about it, bro? Maybe, you know, like, I'm just saying, like, you know, regardless of fucking, you know, background stuff and skin color shit, I'm just saying across the board. You know, whether they're black, white, Asian, anything else in between, I ain't gonna give a fuck. So it's just like, I mean, that, like, because guess what? That's called being a dominatrix or, you know, like, a top and shit like that. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? Dude, this guy, like, you know what? This guy's a gold mine. I want to read his other tweets, dude. I want to try to interpret, you know, some of his other weird-ass tweets. Wait a minute. He's still going on about Megan Thee Stallion here. Do top white artists degrade themselves in the same way as Megan Thee Stallion, Janelle Monáe, and Lizzo? Wait, how is Lizzo degrading herself? Oh my god, I don't even know who Janelle is. I don't care, really. But, dude, oh my god, who the fuck is this guy? Oh my god, this guy has, like, wait, he goes on, like, wait, does he have a YouTube channel? What the fuck? Why does he think, like, that famous black women are degrading themselves for fame? Like, couldn't you just say that for any rich person or any celebrity? I mean, to some degree. Like, top white artists. Well, okay, what about, Britney Spears back in the day, in the early 2000s? Like, she has so many paparazzis, you know, all up her in her coochie, like, unironically, literally, that she went insane and fucking, like, went to a barbershop, shaved her head, and it's like, is this what you want? And, you know, freaked the fuck out and everything. You know, and all that shit. Like, I mean, like, so, like, I mean, there's that. I mean, there's probably a few other examples. So, you know, that I can, you know, I'm not thinking of right off the top of my head. So, what the fuck does, like, so what does this mean, dude? Like, you know, like, why do black women have to degrade themselves for fame? That makes no fucking sense. And if Megan Thee Stallion's degrading herself, then, well, evidently she enjoys it because she is having a good time with the fame music videos and openly embraces the title of Megan Thee Stallion. That's why she openly calls herself that. It's like, what a fucking weirdo, dude. What a Fruit Loop.
Up, you bonehead.
Oh, I know, dude. I don't get him. Is this just me or is this attack trolling? Oh, some other guy?
Jeez.
Got some other fucking weirdo? Oh, it's not a guy but a chick. Okay. Y'all probably Y'all probably gonna drag me, but I don't care. I definitely believe there's a level of appropriateness you should have when you're in a relationship, especially in marriage. Where you present yourself matters when you're somebody's wife or husband. Like, what? Yeah, this is controlling. And at the end of the day, it's like, why should this fucking matter? I mean, like, all in all, I mean, if you're in a relationship with somebody and they love you for who you are, why should they, and also by proxy, you should care about what they are, dressing up as? I mean, there's like at the punk shows, for example, there were couples there. Not everybody was a couple, obviously. There's plenty of people on their own or hanging out with their friends, like I was, But there's couples there, and they were dressing pretty much like however the fuck they wanted, and no one gave a fuck one about anything about that. Like, so evidently they have respected love for each other, and see their expression of who they are as appropriate as it is. Like, so why is that an issue? Same thing with the furry con I was at too, like back, cause during the whole like rave thing at night for like the late night dance party stuff, there's some couples that, kind of dress a little bit more provocative at that point, and we're getting a little intimate and stuff, and so what? Because, they see it's inappropriate and okay, and they have no problem with it. And to respect them for who they are and love them for who they are. So, what's the issue about that? Like, I kind of understand, like, the idea of, hey, we're going to go to, like, a nice place, let's kind of dress up a little snazzy or something like that. Some shit like that. Like, I could get something like that, but whatever. I mean, even then, if they want to just kind of do their own little flavor of being snazzy, then let them do that. I mean, so what, who really, why should this, like, seriously fucking matter? People are weird. Real quick, when's the last time you had a Snapple? Actually not that long ago. Probably a couple months back. And it's the traditional Snapple peach tea. I like the other ones, but that one, you just gotta go for the OG, dude. Snapple peach. Do not meddle in the affairs of dragons, for you are crunchy and good with ketchup. I want to buy this sign. Can I have this sign? Where can I get a sign like this? I actually, unironically, want to have this sign. I want to buy that sign. Like, I actually want that as a sign. I don't hang it, I'll, like, nail it to my tree. And just have it hang there and chill and be an awesome... It'd just be an awesome sign. So everyone knows that I would have a dragon. Man, this is suck-ass. People stuck upside down on a roller coaster for hours. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude.
Loop in Wisconsin.
He's like the hostage negotiator.
Affiliate WJFW reported 8 riders were trapped upside down on the Fireball attraction at the Forest County Festival.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, I will say this. I mean, at least they're not really in harm's way.
In the first one.
Officials cited a mechanical failure with the ride, but the exact cause...
at least these people right here are in a spot where their heads aren't gonna, like, balloon with blood, so they're not gonna have those red head, like, oh, my head, with the pressure and shit.
Scary. They've been up there for an hour.
For an hour?
Guys up there just...
Dude, I feel bad for everyone there, because their heads must be feeling like a fucking balloon, dude.
People trying to keep them calm. That guy's grinding some kind of metal steel thing.
EMS treated multiple patients on the scene, and one was transported to a nearby hospital. According to officials, the ride operator said the roller coaster had recently been inspected on site by the state of Wisconsin.
Well, evidently somebody, overlooked a few things. I mean, man, what? Goddamn, bro. What the hell? I mean, roller coasters are fun, but there is really sadly a kind of a dark understory about, some parks and some, business aspects about it. Like, unfortunately. I mean, like, cause I'm kind of a nerd for it, cause I grew up playing, games like Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and shit like that, or Tycoon, so, like, I played, like, little games like that, so I've always been kind of fascinated with things like roller coasters and shit. Not a lot, but, you know, it's a fun, you know, something that I can get with and, you know, enjoy for a little bit and kind of get into. And, I mean, there's, like, a whole science to it, and the engineering to it, you know, is very, like, precise and very meticulous, you know, especially when it comes to a ride like that, because you have to consider, like, weight distribution, G-force pressure, all this type of shit. And, you know, it's like, unfortunately, because, well, capitalism, you know, you know, like, there's a lot of aspects and variables that come into play where people skirt around the edges, and, you know, just to make an extra buck, basically will, you know, make a ride dangerous and people die, you know, or get severely injured, or you know, at minimal, just get stuck upside down, you know, which sucks. And thing is, roller coasters are fun. I love them, dude. I love roller coasters. You know, like, I really do. Like, I mean, especially when it comes to my whole, like, fear of, like, falling from very high heights and stuff. Being on, like, a really high, tall-ass roller coaster just going... Especially when you're on the very front cart. Because usually half the time, like, you know, for the whole train, like... It'll go like about right here before you actually start free falling. So you kind of have this moment of like limbo before you really free fall, and you're just straight looking down, and it's like, oh fuck. Like Six Flags Over Texas with the Goliath that's over there. Oh my god, dude. You go up about like 180 something fucking feet, and you go like, and you're at like an incline like this. And then you just go straight down like this. And it is straight down all the way to the fucking ground. And you go in this tiny little tunnel that looks like it's like this tiny little hole. But, you know, it's big enough to obviously, even if you have your hands up, you know, you're not gonna, you know, smack it or hit it or anything like that. So, you know, luckily, you know... Yeah, so luckily, I mean, you know, it's a size, you know, where it's safe, obviously. But it's, you know, it's freaky and really cool, though, you know, and it really gets your heart pumping really fucking quickly. And I fucking love it. It's so awesome. Fuck Wisconsin, do you know that the weather there's been in the 70s, meanwhile our states have gotten the upper 80s? Aw, dude, wait, what the fuck? They are just chilling? Man, we were chilling for a little bit. Why can't we keep that going? I mean, the heat isn't really, like, that bad, but, yeah, it's in, like, the 80s and 90s. Like, fuck, dude, fuck Wisconsin, you motherfuckers. Getting it easy right now. What? I heard he's fucking murmuring something over there. What?
Oh. Something he said. Oh.
The Goliath at Great Flags Over Texas, or Six Flags Over Texas. The big old train, the Goliath, like the roller coaster, it goes like 200 fucking something feet up, and...
Oh, that sounds fun.
It was fun. I was in the very front cart.
You went? Oh.
Yeah, it was the last time. Yeah, it was when my cousin was getting married. It was that was the time we went. I went with my other cousin. And my other cousin, he was right next to me on the front.
Keep your eye out for Mike, the sociopathic, crazy guy.
The uncle.
His house, folks.
I know about him. I also heard about the phone call that my cousin got apparently from him, or something like that. Dude, what the fuck is with that? Like, does anyone know about that? Because that is really fucking weird. And especially the phone call that I heard.
Mike is really weird.
No shit. And I also know he has I've always known he's kind of had an affinity for me, so that weirds me out. Like.
Well, it should be, so.
Well.
He's a little opposite. He has a screw loose upstairs.
I'm pretty sure the motherfucker's a serial killer, frankly. Pretty sure, you know, Mom's dad and Louita, I'm pretty sure he
killed him.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And probably has done that with other people, frankly. I wouldn't be surprised.
Probably, who knows?
Yeah, so it's just like, but that's...
Keep an eye out for him. I guess he's called or done some weird shit lately, so.
Well, nothing Full Metal Jacket or Buckshot can't handle, I suppose. I ain't fucking kidding, by the way. Because honestly, you know...
Don't hesitate to use it.
Why do you... I mean, all content satire, YouTube. I'm just gonna put that right the fuck out there. Because, really, all content is satire.
Don't be afraid to use a full metal jacket.
Oh, I got a soft point, too. That would actually probably make a bigger hole. You want to see a difference?
You know the difference. Full metal jacket.
Here, look at it. Well, just look at him. That mag's got the soft point.
To the body is
soft point round tip.
Yeah, they make a bigger hole in your...
Yeah.
They won't come out the other side, but...
Yeah, this will make a small hole in the front, but it'll leave about like a watermelon size hole in the back. Full metal jag will just go right through.
What's left of your back, but anyhow.
Fair. Recompensate. Oh my god, how many links are here? Now,
yeah, that guy's a nut job.
Well, no shit. And, yeah, I mean, especially from my understand about him. I mean, honestly, even, like, that one day I worked for him for that construction where I got, like, $70 or something like that. Even then, like, I really was noticing some oddball things about him. I mean, I was even talking to his, like, other employee that he had, and he was mentioning, like, yeah, he's a strange one sometimes, but, you know, pays well, you know, we get the job done, knows what he's doing, so, you know, he just kind of was obviously there just to make sure he got paid and shit, so I get it, but even he was just like, yeah, odd one, but whatever, he pays me fair. So it's like, okay,
Yeah, I know how that goes.
Yeah, and of course there was,
work for him.
Yeah, and then of course there's, like, pretty much everyone else in the family that's just, like, that literally thinks he's, like, possessed by the fucking devil or whatever the fuck, which, no, he's just,
He is a devil.
I mean, he's a narcissistic fucking, you know, sociopath. I mean, you know, it's like, there's, like, a psychology to his fucking brain, and it's very, miswired, obviously. So it's just like, I mean, he's, yeah.
Yeah, that guy has
I mean, you know, the whole idea of me wanting to have a ranch and shit, like, I mean, if you think about it, he kind of took that away, because, like, he's the one who sold that fucking ranch off that, Louita and, Granddad had, you know, when he died, like, and, you know, so, and sold everything off. It's like an honest...
The money.
Huh?
He wanted the money.
Exactly. And a lot of all the other inheritance shit. Yeah, he basically literally pulled a Trump and, like, you know, jacked up pretty much majority of the inheritance. And the fucking, you know, ranch and stuff. Because, like, I've always wanted something like that. And, you know, to think that I probably could have fucking had that, you know, really does piss me off, in a way. Because it was, like, because from what I remember of it, I know I got pictures of me as a little kid, you know, hanging out with the ponies and the horses and stuff, and... you know, on the property, and, you know, it's like, I know there's some hanging out in the house, and it's just like, man, to know that I could have probably fucking had that as mine, you know, just fucking makes me mad, dude. Because, you know, like, and I don't know if that property is still around, or even if it's...
No, he's not going to give anything to anybody.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that property is still around, it's like, and by happenstance it's on sale or some shit, I mean... like, I will fucking jump on that if I ever happen to see that in my life. Like, I want to know what it is, or at least what the property is specifically. I'm not gonna, you know, spill the beans about it here, but...
Yeah, you're not gonna know if it goes up for sale, so...
Well, depending. I don't know.
I have no idea what rent you're talking about, but...
I mean buying it. I mean, I'm not talking about renting it. I mean, like, owning it. Like, buying the property. Yeah, which, I mean, these days, pretty much like a fucking fever dream. And that's what makes it mad even more, is that, like, I mean, given, you know, the current state of affairs, like, there ain't no fucking way that even if it was possible with it being on sale potentially, or, like, or something like that, I wouldn't be able to. You know, it's just like, that's what makes it even more fucking aggravating. I mean, I guess at least, you know, I got this, but still, it's just like, knowing that.
Yeah, you got a bunch of kids that probably inherit that first, but...
Or
the Probably not, because you probably...
It wouldn't have went to my mom, and then she just would have probably split between my brother. I mean, because it was her dad's and Louita's, but it probably just went to, to my mom. And, I think that's...
He didn't give his dad his drugs, so he died.
Yeah.
Same with... Well, I think he gave his dad too much drugs.
Something like that.
He didn't give Louita the drugs she needed to die. He put her in bed and let her die.
Yeah, basically. From what I understand. So, yeah, and honestly, which it makes me wonder, it's like, I mean, I wonder who he's done that with other people and shit. Because frankly, it's just like, I mean, the fact that there's
I don't know anything, but Chris has said he did stuff like that to other people too, so.
So he is probably a fucking serial killer.
Yeah, he's...
Dude, what the fuck?
Sociopath murderer.
Dude.
He might be coming around, so if you see him, just...
Yeah, he's getting a bullet. Yeah.
Like I say, the hollow points will work very well to keep him off the property.
So, sir, I appreciate it. My uncle. Yeah, holy fuck, dude. Yeah, so I assumed that earlier. I was saying that earlier. It's like, I wouldn't be surprised. And at least if my mom's assumption is correct, and considering that this is a repeated behavior. Yeah, and honestly, there's been people who are serial killers who've actually have used that type of trick, basically. That it'll take people who are, like, essentially in hospice, for all intents and purposes, or, or terminal, and...
Giving you the heads up, he's been snooting around.
So has he actually been here?
Not been here, but called.
Well, I guess I'll make sure that one of those is more in my room. So disturbing, I appreciate. Yeah, it's not just appreciative, it's sociopathic, narcissistic behavior, and, well, serial killer-esque type of shit.
Basic nut job.
Yeah. I've talked about him before on streams in the past, and that's new. That's my mom's mentioned a few things here and there, but now that it's been like kind of more prominent and like it's. Honestly, there's like a part of me that's wondering if, like, one of the occasional little random phone calls I get is probably him now. Because honestly, like, I get random ass phone calls. I usually just write it off as a telemarketer. But now I'm wondering, at least for the ones that have a somewhat local area code, I'm wondering if that's just him. Which, this is also why I don't answer my phone when people call me and I don't recognize the number, regardless of what the fuck it is.
Oh yeah, if I don't see a name.
Yeah, I just don't answer it. It's just, honestly.
You, Chris,
like, honestly, like, if the best way to contact me is text me.
Other people, like, call, I see.
I mean, like, the only way you're gonna get in contact with me as a random number is you text me at least saying, hey, this is blah, 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 and go from there. It's like, I mean, that's the only way a stranger gonna reach out to me. You gotta text me. Like,
I'm tired of talking to telemarketers, so I'm just like, don't answer the phone.
Yeah, well, it's not just that, but also just, like, I don't want to deal with some random-ass motherfucker that I just straight don't know. Like, being like, hey, would you like to answer the question? It's like, no. It's like, hey, would you like to talk about the Lord and Savior? It's like, no, especially no. It's like, I mean, Lord, fucking hell.
I actually answered the phone the other day and just like, we're calling about a date you had on the...
Oh, my God.
Day and night towing. I'm just like, those assholes stole my car. Fuck you.
Dude, I fucking hate when people call and they can easily text. Yeah. I mean, I
ain't gonna pay some asshole that stole my truck to... the van. I'm not gonna pay some asshole who stole my van. I was supposed to leave it there for 24 hours, and I was there in less than 24 hours, and it was gone.
Well, didn't you say that it got repoed?
No, it wasn't repoed.
Oh, it just got stolen.
No, I broke down on the side of.
Well, I know that. I remember that.
Creek, and they towed it, and I'm supposed to have 24 hours to get it away. In less than 24 hours, I went there. It was gone.
What the fuck?
And the one time I answered the phone of the unknown number, I'm just like, okay, these people keep calling, and it's like, what do you want? And just like, oh, you owe money to Day and Night Towing. I'm just like, they stole my truck. Fuck them.
I mean,
I'm paying it. And I hung up.
yeah, I mean,
I'm not going to pay somebody.
I mean, if anything,
my truck.
I mean, if anything, yeah. Honestly, if anything, they probably just trying to get their fucking cut and their fucking money out of it.
Yeah,
and that's kind of that's what's shitty.
They're not the company.
They're just some debt collector services they probably hired.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because then a lot of that money is going to go to them, and then debt collectors get their cut out of it and all this other bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just like, I'm not paying, like $500 for a vehicle
that you're nowhere near. It's like long gone at this point.
Went out. I went there within 24 hours to tow it away. It wasn't there. I'm not paying $500 plus whatever to have it towed. Then at that point, it was like $1,000. I'm not paying $1,000 for a $500 vehicle. Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck that. I mean, my lord.
I have a second vehicle.
Yeah, it's just like fucking. Yeah, it's just so fucking extortionary. Basically, just a goddamn racket at that point.
It's like extortion. If I didn't have a second vehicle, I wouldn't have much of a choice, but I'm just like, fuck you. Keep it.
You look peeved. Well, I mean, I would be too, in a way.
They said, no, you're not. I asked, oh, I need to come get some of my stuff out of there. It doesn't work that way, buddy. I'm just like, fuck you.
It's like, what the yeah, dude, like, fuck that shit. Like, I mean,
stuff, I'm not paying you twice as much as the vehicles were.
It's like, where are they? The goddamn mob? Like, some fucking mafia? Yeah. Like, Jesus Christ.
So they drive up and down 205 looking for broken down vehicles and tow them.
Well, some...
Well, it's $1,000 to get your car back. Fuck you.
It'd be kind of hilarious if it's still there on that lot to this day, waiting, to be paid off or whatever the fuck. Okay. With everything in it, it would actually be funny if it was just still there.
I'm like $3,000 right now.
Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Dude, that van ain't, like worth that much.
If it runs, it's worth, like, $500.
Actually, well, I don't know. I mean, these days it probably would be worth a little more.
Well, yeah, these days a little bit more. Maybe, like, $750.
No, definitely at least like 1,000 or something about.
To get my car back.
Whoever's the albums is part of a listed.
Assholes.
Whoever's the albums is part of a listed yard sale. I know someone's collection. I totally go over that. Funny enough, I actually, well, it's not mine, but there's a whole fat vinyl collecting behind these flags. It's between him and my mom.
Oh, the albums?
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of which, I know there's been a couple garage sales around the neighborhood lately. I bet, I need to, like, check them out. See if there are actually some albums and stuff. Because I have, like, my own little collection, but they're CDs.
There's just little teeny speakers in the front of it, but you got a record player.
Why would I move all those and, like, use a record player or some shit? And also, I'm sure there's a way to hook up, like, an aux cord or some shit, or something like that. So they're...
I went through the speakers and then I have the right plugins to...
What? Okay, I'll have to look at it.
To use them, but...
I'll look at it, then. We'll look at some of
When
these.
Kristen first got it for me, I'm just like, okay, we'll do Double Live Gonzo.
Oh man, Nuge. That dude is such a dork. Oh my lord. I mean, musically he's honestly not bad, but I mean, oh my god, like everything else about him is just such a turd. Like, oh my lord.
He loves shooting.
Well, I mean, pretty much like 90% of Americans do for all intents and purposes. They like a big boom boom. You know, like anyone enjoys boom boom. Okay, like I mean, so that don't really count.
He wants the second boom to be downrange.
Well, so do a lot of people. That don't really count in my book. Takes a little more than just enjoying multiple booms. An accurate version of this meme.
And I could swear me and Brett were hunting one time. Came upon this, like a VW band. And this guy, I could swear it was Ted Nugent out there in Montana hunting. Probably not, but I could swear it was.
I mean, wait, so you had like a BW?
That's where I got my eagle feather.
Oh. But where did he,
It's out in the middle of Bumblefuck, Montana.
Well, how would you know that it was, like, Nuge out there, though?
It looked just like him.
Wait, so you saw a dude out there that looked like him?
Yeah.
Well, to be...
Like, I was, just like...
well, did you yell out...
You're over that way, and I mean...
Wait, did you talk to the guy?
Yeah. Face to face.
Oh, I thought it was, like, way off in the oh, so... Wait, so you might have actually met Ted Nugent once. Okay, that's... Okay, I did not know that.
I'm not sure if...
Not sure. Well, did you... you never ask for a name or nothing or anything?
No.
Damn it, you should have. Be like, hey, what's your name there, sir? And, if he said, oh, Ted, Ted Nuge, or whatever the fuck, and be like, then he would have known, or, but, man, it's not confirmed. I guess you can't confirm nor deny if you met the Nuge, which...
I'm not sure if it was him, but...
Did it sound like him?
I guess so. He wasn't singing or anything.
Well... I mean, you can... Okay, well, I guess it's also been so long, I don't know if you'd remember that detail anyway, so, but, okay.
Yeah, we got back to the truck, and I'm just like, was that Ted Nugent? Because he loves hunting and shooting and all that type of stuff, and we're out in the middle of bumfuck Montana, in the middle of nowhere, and I'm just like, yeah, it looked like him.
I mean, does he, does he, like, did he at least at one point, or still does have residence in Montana? Because that would at least make it probably more likely of a possibility that was him. I'm actually want to narrow this down. Is he known to live out in Montana? Or at least, just, like, go out there, or spend, like, has, like, a property there or something?
I'm not sure.
Okay, now, alright, I'm looking this up. Because I want to figure this out. Here. I don't know why I care.
I don't know too many hippie type folks that like to go hunting out in the middle of nowhere.
Ted Nugent is not a hippie, okay? That guy would probably, like, slap a hippie.
He looks like one, but...
Wow, are you smoking? No, he certainly does not look like a motherfucking hippie. Okay, well, is there anything, it doesn't say anything about whether he, I mean, did he at one point? Is not like, is not one like at all. Yeah, dude, Ted Nugent's like not even close to it, yeah. The closest... Like, the closest thing that, like, Ted Nugent would be to a hippie is that maybe he smokes weed. And that's a maybe.
He doesn't do anything, supposedly.
That guy, dude, that dude's kind of a hypocrite in a lot of ways. I guarantee he's also, like, drinking a lot and also definitely smoking some reefer every now and then. Or at least used to. I guarantee at least used to. Yeah, at least from what I'm trying to see, it doesn't say anything. You probably just found someone who's like a doppelganger. I mean, honestly, it's like, because there are, like, people that are doppelgangers out there that, like, because I think there's actually statistically at least, like, 100 people in the world at any given time that are pretty much like your doppelganger, basically. Like, remember that one time, like in Montana, there's that dude that passed away that pretty much looked damn near identical to you, almost, and, well, me too, I guess, in a way, that my mom found or something, because it was in, like, some paper and Billings or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that picture. It looked just like me.
I know. Dude, I know.
It's like, oh, that could be your dad.
Yeah, didn't we hit up the family and realize, it actually wasn't, but it just happened to be, just a, crazy coincidence. Yeah, I mean, just a genetical, like, coincidence.
So it could have been my dad.
Well, at least from I remember my mom hitting them up, like hitting the family up, of them, of the guy, and asking about that, and they're like, yeah, in our records and stuff, we don't have anyone who had a kid up for adoption. He didn't, no, but so, from what at least what my mom's last researched about it, it's not likely. But, so it literally is basically just like a crazy coincidence, essentially, because the dude is like, a doppelganger, basically. It's honestly just kind of like...
Well, it was where I was born, so it could have been like
maybe a relative, probably a biological relative. Yeah, you know what, yeah.
Like that.
Honestly, that could have been a biological relative, distantly, actually. So, I mean, maybe, yeah.
I'm just like those. My family is the one that I was adopted into. The family that gave me up for adoption.
Well, at least from what we understand of the mom, she was like a crazy bitch, wasn't she? Like, didn't she literally try to do, like, assassination hits on, like, local politicians or some shit? Was on, like, the FBI's list. And also, apparently, like, yeah, she was, from my understanding, yeah, like, crazy conspiracy nut. I mean, I don't know all the details or remember all the specifics. I mean, honestly, it's all just assumption, but, I mean, I remember hearing some of that. I'm just like, what the fuck? It's just like, whoa, dude.
You're lucky I didn't inherit that gene.
Oh, you did. It's just recessive. And it's recessive in me, too, but you know what? That just means that it might... Yeah, it might just be a dominant gene, somebody else down the line.
Recessive, damn it!
Yeah, so... I'm making sure that don't spread further. I'm gonna make sure that I don't continue whatever the fuck she had going on. Whatever my biological grandmother on my dad's side had. I don't know what her lifestyle was. I am absolutely very intrigued and want to know about it, though. Like, I really do kind of want to know about your biological parents a little bit, just because, mainly for your mom, just because I want to kind of know what...
Yeah, I was kind of
teased.
I was going to look into my parents, biological parents, but I'm waiting until my parents died.
Yeah. Well, I know that. Wait, hasn't like someone with my sister, wasn't it like someone in her side of family been doing like a genealogy background? Isn't that? I think that's how we found out about some of these details. Because don't they actually, didn't they find out about who she was a little bit or something like that? Because somebody was like, I don't think it was her or my sister, but I think it was somebody else. Like on her.
You did the whole
I did
ancestry thing.
Well, which basically kind of came up with a lot of shit I already knew, which is like mostly my mom's side of family and a little bit, from your side, but mostly from my from your
my side of the family is pretty much unknown biologically.
Yeah, I mean, outside of just like the genetic background stuff, that like which a lot of it is basically Norwegian and like mixed Northern European.
I'll go with my adopted family, who has like a William Dawes.
Charles Dawes.
Charles Dawes.
He fought in one battle in the Civil War and got promoted and basically said, fuck this. Like, I mean, he partook in one battle and probably got traumatized.
Oh, more than one, but he was...
No, I looked it up. I actually researched this. I looked up his name and looked up Civil War records that are public archives of his name about specifically when he got promoted. And in the battle, he was a first sergeant major. So he was kind of like a leader of, a chunk of the regiment, kind of like, a leader of one of the line infantries. And then after the battle, he got
killed or something like that.
Yeah,
he led the charge, and he was a hero after that.
Yeah, that's when he got promoted to lieutenant, and basically, something like that. And then he got promoted.
William Dawes rode with Paul Revere.
Well, he didn't. Well, he didn't ride with him. They took different routes. Yeah. So they all got the same messages, and they all went different routes. Across the colonies. William Dawes went one way, Paul Revere went another, and then there was, I think, one or two other people that went other routes.
It's like 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, I think I know for a fact there's at least 3, but I think there might have been a 4th, but I don't remember 100%. It's kind of unfortunate that the other names aren't really recognized. Because, like, we always hear about Paul Revere, but it's like, what about the other fucking guys? Like, I mean, what? Are they not important? Like, what the hell? I remember Luke's his family this one year.
When I mentioned that to, always said, who's William Dawes? It's like, he rode with Paul Revere.
Yeah. Looks in his family history 1 year later. Oh my god, New York City's been completely destroyed. Then he emerged from the flames of his severed head and Zukov with an arm in his mouth. Zukov is too friendly for that, though. I'll just give him... You know what? The arm would be because I gave it to him as a treat. So that would be why. Zukov is too friendly to be, like, ripping people's arms off. Unless I give him some steroids. Or something like that.
Well, we got to train him better.
Well, yeah, some doggy steroids. Well, I have...
And tear his arm off. That way
I have trained...
You can only carry half the stuff away.
Yeah, I have trained him, but I've trained him to be friendly, so now he's too friendly for his own good. Oh my goodness, dude.
Train him not to sit in front of the door.
Dude, he literally shoved... I saw him literally force his way, dude, this dog was impatient. He said, you know what, fuck this laundry bin, blocking his door. And he forced himself like a battering ram and just got enough inertia to just squeeze himself in there, and that's, yeah. He's just a turd, dude. Like, oh my...
By the angle of the door, it looks like he's in there again.
Oh, yeah, he is. I don't...
So listen, every time I come through there...
Or in the bathroom when I come home from work, dude. Like...
Oh, yeah, so he's locking him.
Why is he doing... I don't know why.
Hundreds of times I let him out of the bathroom.
Oh, my... Dude, I don't get it. I really don't understand. Like, he loves us...
Earlier, I'm just like, okay, I'll leave you in the bathroom, let Curly out.
Oh, yeah, that's why the door was open. That would explain that. Okay. And Zukov is scared of Curly. Like, Curly was on one side of the hallway, because Curly was in the bathroom, and then Zukov was on the other side of the hallway, and Zukov was too much of a bitch. He just refused to, like, come to the other side unless I was blocking the way between him and Curly so he can go by, and it's like, oh my god, Zukov, you actual pussy. Like, you actual bitch.
Curly's been chill, but now every time I go out, Curly wants to go out.
Yeah, he's been a little exploreful.
Just like this. I have the
door closed
to keep Curly out of the bedroom so he doesn't root through the trash and eat off the table and make a big mess. And then Curly and Meg are so free to go out anytime they want.
Yeah, I like how my mom has got to, like, saying, like, oh, Zukov needs to be outside, but you know what, at this point, it's like, are you sure about that, Bob? Like, he literally just locks himself in the bathroom most of the time. He wants to be inside.
Small, dark rooms.
Yeah, he wants to be in small, dark rooms. He doesn't want to be running around outside. And honestly, especially with this heat right now, I won't even want him to. I mean, just in the little...
Get him a nice long chain and let him be out there.
I mean, well, yeah, but, like, I mean, at least in this heat, not really. I mean, just because, I mean, I gave him a little walk. I had to grab some coffee this morning, and just going from to the store and back, I mean, he was like, you know, just like, you know, heaving and shit. And, well, not like outright heaving, but like.
It's shady and cool out back.
Well, in the backyard, sure.
It probably doesn't need a chain as long as you have the gate closed.
Well, yeah, as long as that gate's closed, yeah, he'll be fine, you know, but.
He should be happy that he can hang out in his dughouse and.
He never has used it. Like, he knows it's there, and I've shown him it, and then, you know, everything, but I don't know.
Under a tree, and the dughouses are the perfect spot for a dog to hang and chill.
Yeah.
Shady all day long.
And he's just a weirdo.
Yeah, you goofball. Get out here and find that rat.
Oh, he ain't gonna do shit. Dude, he literally would make that rat his friend. He'd befriend the rat. Wait, what's the first thing you would do from a time machine? Me. Stingray. This is not what he wanted. Oh, I get it, dude. You want to shoot the Stingray, but that's not what Steve Irwin wanted. Oh, dude, you know what? I saw a YouTube short of Steve Irwin that was so goddamn base, bro, that it actually made me kind of cry. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Dude, let me look it up right now. Dude, because it just shows how much of a wholesome, true, like, awesome, like...
Yeah, he was great.
Dude, man, I
doing what he loved.
I'm so glad that Robert Irwin, his son, is... I mean, he's not really, like, as famous as his father, but he doesn't even really want to. Like, you know, he doesn't even want that. Like, he's openly stated he doesn't really want that, you know, necessarily. And, you know, like, in all, like, he just straight up, like, has...
I've seen his daughter a number of times on TV shows.
I think his daughter is the one who does that predominantly.
Animal activist.
Yeah. Well, because Steve Irwin was. Like, I mean, and, yeah, because let me try to...
His daughter was just like him.
Oh, here it is.
Like him too.
Actually, it's not even a YouTube short. It's actually just a full-on YouTube.
Unfortunate, but anyhow.
Oh, what? Dude, Steve Irwin's... Dude, he's kind of a hunk, okay? I mean, anyone that looks like him, woman or not, I don't care. But here.
Fast car, flash house, and a gold-plated dunny to me. Absolutely no good at all. I've been put on this planet to protect wildlife and wilderness areas, which in essence is going to help humanity. I want to have the purest oceans. I want to be able to drink water straight out of that creek. I want to stop the ozone layer. I want to save the world. And you know, money's great. I can't get enough money. And you know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to buy wilderness areas with it. Every single cent I get goes straight into conservation. And guess what, Charles? I don't give a rip whose money it is, mate. I'll use it and I'll spend it on buying land.
I don't give a rip whose money it is, dude. Dude, oh. He could have been the Robin Hood of our time, bro. Yeah, but you know what? It's true.
What is some nature conservancy type of thing that just like buy chunks of land.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, lots of times with farmers and ranchers, and then just like, don't develop it. We'll buy it. You can still use it to graze your cattle, but just like
let it be preserved. Yeah, let it be like kind of a natural preserve, you know, so like, you know, the natural, you know, environment can at least have some preservation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of these nature conservancy type places. Actually, it might be the Nature Conservancy, but yeah, they buy land and just like, okay, you don't have to sell your farm, we'll buy it, you can keep using it.
Yeah. Oh, here's a short about his son, which kind of goes into a little bit about
the famous Steve Irwin, and he looks to be taking the same career path as his dad, but he actually says he doesn't want to be just like his father. He said he does want to continue his legacy though. Robert says he wants to make his father proud, and part of doing that is caring less about the fame and fortune and more about the wildlife and environment he's trying to protect. Without even trying to become famous, he's already gaining a fan base.
I think you're so cute, and I was wondering if I could have your number. Well, I'm very flattered.
Robert knows
I like that. It's just like, well, I'm very flattered. Protect him at all costs.
His dad to navigate behind, but he's up for the challenge and is already creating his own legacy.
I mean, dude, the Irwins honestly, like, are just...
How about his daughter? Did they say anything about his daughter?
Well, it's just a YouTube short about Robert Irwin. I mean, it didn't go into about his daughter specifically. Though I'm sure there's things about her as well.
He died, his daughter was on a bunch of shows.
Yeah.
Nature shows.
Yeah, because I think, from my understanding, I think she's kind of like more of like the more public face now, so to speak. And like his wife and Robert are kind of like, more like on the ground, basically, don't really have as much of a, front face type of thing, but they have their own fan bases, like, because they're on social media and shit like that and stuff. Because Robert Irwin's on social media and posts a lot of his stuff.
Alive, I'm just like, you should hook up with her. When you were a little kid too, she was a.
Who? Wait, Irwin's daughter.
Yeah.
I mean, she's in Australia. Like, I mean, what? Do you think I got like $5,000 to just go visit Australia, let alone live there?
$2,500 you can get there.
That's what I mean, $5,000 to go there and back. I mean, yeah, and frankly, probably more than that now. I mean, I'd love to go there. I'd love to go to Sydney Zoo where, they're all at and shit. Dude, I honestly would love to meet them one day. At least, the ones out are alive. Man, that's what, man, we lost, like, the great one, dude. Like, we lost one of the greats, when Steve died. And you know what? That meme with, the Chad being like, fuck you, Stingray. But thinking about it and being like, yeah. But, it's more, realistically, it's more the cameraman. Because actually, if you hear about, like, how and why that happened, the Stingray got spooked because the cameraman got too close to the Stingray. And it's likely that it's because the cameraman got kind of caught in a little, like, drift in the ocean a little bit, so it kind of like shoved them closer to them, and that caused Stingray to get spooked and thus killed Irwin. So if anything, it's the cameraman, and he's a human, so we can feel okay with that.
Like zoos or aquariums, more technically, they let you swim with the stingrays. I'm just like, whose idea is that?
Well, I know, I think it was in Seaside, but they have like that little small like stingray pit, or where was it? Like, I remember there was like one where you can put your little hand in.
Yeah, Phoenix. You could
in Phoenix, yeah.
Pet the stingrays.
Yeah, you can put your little hand in, and they usually kind of go right up against the side, and they kind of like, bloop, bloop, kind of flop around on your hand. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
They'd come up and snuzzle you.
Yeah, they were like super friendly, honestly. They were really cool.
And I'm just like, these are stingrays. It's like petting a wasp or something. Like hell.
Well, I mean,
I did it anyhow.
Well, the thing is,
especially that real friendly one, they just, I want to pet that one, and this other one just kept on, no, pet me, pet me, pet
yeah.
me.
Well, I mean, because, the only thing that really makes this stingray dangerous is, like, that, prod that it has. Like, it's, the sting on its tail.
Yeah, it's for protection.
Yeah.
If they're scared and think they're going to get eaten or hurt or something like that, they'll, like, whip their tail up and jab you.
Well, luckily there were friendly ones, which, honestly, them being well-fed and probably used to people interacting with them.
Yeah. They're like petted like thousands of times a day.
Wait, that last link is literal art. It's made of color pencils. Whoa, it's Gorilla but color pencils. Literally made of color pencils. Whoa, dude, that is so cool. It's colored pencil Gorilla, dude. Is this in the Czech Republic? The website that's on the bottom of that says CZ. I think this is in the Czech Republic, dude.
I'm an artist. I don't want to fight.
No, look at this thing. This thing looks fucking dope. Like, this is cool. It's Gorilla, but he's literally made out of color pencils. It's not like a color pencil to Gorilla. It's literally made of color pencils. See? Whoa. Dude, yeah. See what I mean? Dude, that is badass, though. You know what I mean? Like, that is actually really cool. That is, like, see, that is, yeah, like, anything can be art if, you put your heart to it, right? Like, I mean...
I've seen There's on TV just a bunch of plastic bags, and they made a whale.
Oh, that's really cool. Well, obviously, I could see the
Made
symbol.
out of plastic bags.
Well, I could see the whole symbology of it because of like how much plastic waste and shit's in the ocean.
That's what it was. It was something to say, look how much plastic we're using. We made a whale out of.
Well, I mean, at least, I mean, it's being repurposed. I mean, you know, like it's kind of multi-meaningful. It's like it is being kind of reused and recycled, but for art. Yeah, instead of, you know, being out in the oceans and, you know, like, so it's kind of a very multi-meaningful type of, you know, art piece and shit. I mean, this one's just more, you know, just cool more than anything, but, I mean, you know, sometimes you can just make, you know, sometimes trash into literal art and sometimes have very impactful, you know, symbology to it.
Types of art that... what?
You got duct tape on you randomly? You just materialized duct tape.
A very sharp... knife.
Oh, there's a what the fuck?
Yeah. Just what I need, another hole in my body. It's a freaking...
Yeah, there's duct tape and a razor blade stuck to the duct tape. What the fuck?
Glad I didn't lean on that the wrong way.
Jesus, yeah, no shit. Oh my god.
That could have been painful.
My god. Whoa, there's another one.
You could probably chop my arm off.
There's another really cool ass like color pencil art piece here. This one's kind of more where they flattened it all out, but it's a whole face. Dude, that is cool.
I see on TV this guy that does sidewalk art.
Kind of like chalk art and stuff.
Yeah, and if you stand, it looks like...
Oh, it's like 3D art type of shit. So
it looks like 3D.
So,
but you have to be standing in the right spot.
Yeah.
If you stand on the other side, you can see it's all distorted and stretched.
Right. Yeah. But you know, it's one of those like 3D art pieces. Dude, those are really cool. Like I love like one of those like multi-illusional like art, you know, pieces like that where no matter where you're kind of standing at, it kind of looks like something, you know, or at least kind of looks like it's like following you or some shit like that. Like that type of stuff is really cool. Like, I really love art that, you know, has, like, kind of an illusion aspect to it like that, because it really kind of makes your brain, like, kind of trip around a little bit and kind of, like, make you think, you know, for a second about that, be like, whoa. It's like, damn.
Yeah, squeeze back to right now I'm thinking about something to eat.
I have a burrito. I had some of it for lunch. Oh yeah, if you could get past the sleepy boy.
I can get something to eat.
Yeah, that little goofball is...
I know you're in here somewhere.
Yeah, well, it's not that hard to find him. He's in the one corner where he's obviously going to be.
The door's not moving, so you're right behind the door.
Oh, here, let me see these other memes. Yeah, because I haven't checked out these other ones.
Come on, Zukov. Move like at least an inch or two so I can...
Oh my god, Zukov, dude. Hey, alright, Zukov, get over here. Oh my god. Man, he is a sleepy boy today. Oh my god, another mosquito. Dude, fuck you, you mosquito, you bitch. Yeah, fuck you. Wait, how are you still flying around okay? No, fuck ya. You fuck your ass. Wait, I think it just literally, like, dematerialized. I just dematerialized the fucking mosquito. Good. Fucking piece of shit. Anyway, here. Here, let me look at these little last other batch of memes, you know. What the... Oh, actually, I want to save that one, because I... You know, I've been wanting to see that. An accurate version of this meme. Of the meme. We are the umbrella that protects our gay children. The gay children. I can't wait to disown these assholes. Same. True. Dude, totally true. Because frankly, I mean... Any parents that try to do that to their children who happen to be, you know, gay, trans, or vice versa... to try to protect them from their selves. Yeah, they dead ass, you know, like, deserves to kind of get disowned. Fuck them. Read comprehension. First, they came for the transgender, and I spoke out immediately, even though I'm straight and cis, because I've read the rest of the fucking poem. Damn. Yeah, the first one was on Anna Kasparian, but I actually kind of wanted to get into that a little bit. Because that shit is just stupid fucking insane, dude. Just ridiculously insane. This is doing a little bit of that now. I figured we'd probably actually get into the whole TYT bullshit a little bit because of Anna Kasparian being a crazy psycho bitch. Anna Kasparian being a crazy bitch. Well, not just her, but basically just CYT in a nutshell. And honestly, I'm so glad I haven't watched them in a long fucking time, and I've just kind of like fallen out because they basically went from like being lib to center right and corporate establishment, and to an extent like fucking like conservative leaning, especially of this whole stupid like turf anti-trans arc that they're doing now. It's like, oh well, you know, it's like we're pro-trans, but you're all not sellable or like, you know, compatible for like, you know, electoralism, because we're literally are nothing more than electoralists. Like, you know, we care more about, you know, blue, you know, vote blue no matter who than, you know, queer liberation and, you know, social justice and civil rights. It's like, well, I ain't gonna get too much into it, but I mean, you know, not yet, but it's like, fucking hell, dude. It's like, Jesus Christ, motherfuckers. It's like, for me, like, these pieces of shit, you know, think that the idea of being, you know, like, you know, progressive is essentially just, like, abandoning an entire, you know, wing of, like, the progressive base and leftists just because it doesn't happen to suit your interests and suit your fucking corporate values and shit as an institution. It's like, what? It's like, now, fuck you. It's like, fuck that shit. It's like, how's that supposed to fucking help people? Because it doesn't. Here, you know, play a couple little songs. At least before we get into the video I want to get into. There we go. Get a little bowl, ground up, get all that stuff ready too for it. Hey, Zukov, you want some treats? Oh my god, what a goofball. Ah, fucking seal.
Has a bunch of like were creatures.
Huh?
Like a werewolf. And stuff like that that one guy can stand and no one else can. And it's based in Portland. So you see all kinds of local spots.
Huh. What?
Some are good, some are bad, just like people. Good ones.
Ted really keeps mentioning about this show Grimm, apparently. I don't know what it is specifically, but I'm gonna have to at least check it out, apparently, because, I mean, he's really adamant about me wanting to look at it. I guess there must be something to it. I assume so. Took off. Boo boo. Hey. Here, take this treat. Fucking hell. Here. Take this. Come here! Sukov, come on! Take this fucking thing! I can't believe I have to, like, throw this on the floor for you to fucking grab it. Come here. Go get it! Go get the treat! Oh my god, he just walked off! He doesn't want my treat. He doesn't want the little bone-shaped peanut butter dog treat. God damn it. What a mutt, bro. Dog is seriously a fucking goofball, bro. I'll never understand that little mutt. Sukov, would you come over here and grab this? Oh, fuck. Come here. Come on. Come here. Won't you grab the fucking thing? Take it. Take the treat. Hey, take it. Take the treat. There's like 2 of them over here for you. Come on. Take it. Come on. There you go. Finally. Hello. Hello. Toop. Hello, Papa. Hello. There you go. Hey, hold on. Hey, there's another one over here. Fucking mutt, bro. God, what a ridiculous little dog. What a silly mutt. Hey, I have another one over here for you, bro. Why did you go away? Silly little mutt. I'll never get this little dog, dude. Have that little video right here. There we go. Salute. Come here. Ugh. Come on, buddy. Come on. Take this treat. Would you take the fucking treat already, bro? Come on. It ain't that hard, dude. All I have to do is just, like, walk over here. Come on. Come here. Hey. Come here. Dude, you're just standing there. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Would you get over here? Okay.
I just can't be...
Oh, it's just... I'm gonna wait. There we go. Okay. Doggo! I'm trying to get him over here, oh my God. Okay. Fine, I'll go over here. Hey, you! No, you're not just gonna grab that. You have to come over here. That a boy. There you go. Hello. Well, that's not being a good boy. That's not being a good boy at all. That's you dropping stuff. Because you stepped on a cord, you goof. Look at you. You goof. Look at you. You're just so sweet. Oh my God, you're so soft. One more pop. Oh my God, you're so patient. Oh. Oh. Yes. Just a goofy little pup. Anyway, let's kind of get into this whole, like, TOT bullshit, mainly a fan of stuff, because this has basically been making waves in the rounds there for a minute, so might as well get into it. Oh my God, she's a sweet little football. Oh. Got my little therapy fluff. My therapy floof.
It's just too much. It's ridiculous. Because at a certain point it becomes embarrassing for me. Because how can I, as a trans person, who actually knows the science behind this, who actually is, like, actively trying to support trans people, as somebody that people look up to me, right? People literally, like, send me messages and be like, I'm so inspired, you know, you being a TYT, and I have to deal with messages from them now asking about, hey, what's going on with TIT? Hey, what the hell is happening here? Like, why is Anna saying this? Why is Jenk saying this? And that is just, like, the amount of, like, psychic damage that I have to take every single day dealing with not only the transphobic nonsense of the Republicans, but also whatever Jenk and Anna are on right now. It's just too much. And at a certain point it becomes embarrassing, because then people think that I'm, like, endorsing their views. And I cannot. I will not. I refuse to lend any support to those views whatsoever.
From what I understand, I think that's like a longer video. Because if I remember correctly, I think Dima Mama has like an entire fucking like stream basically dedicated to going over this shit.
You just watched a small portion of Benny Carollo's 30-minute long video explaining in great detail why she is leaving TYT. Now, for those of you who don't know, Benny was a TYT contributor, but as a trans person, she can simply no longer condone the anti-trans rhetoric coming from the show's main hosts. Now, if you're unaware, Benny is not the only trans TYT contributor to call it quits. Sandy Lopez, a non-binary person who also hosts Left of the Box, also left the network recently and recently spoke out as well for the same reason.
A year ago, when I'd only been working on Rebel HQ for a month, I called out Jenk and Anna on this very issue. Do you think I wasn't aware of the risk attached to that? Damn straight I'd be making noise about this both on and off camera. So what if I lose my job over it? Hell, I'm making these videos knowing full well I'm probably blowing any chance I have of ever getting back on that network.
And Sandy went on to encourage the TYT staff to walk out in support of their trans comrades. But Benny and Sandy aren't the only LGBTQ plus people at the...
I mean, I would argue, at least, for Sandy. I mean, considering that she, like, I don't know why you would want to go back on that network. It's like, I'm going to blow up any chance of being back on this network. It's like, well, considering how they are, and, especially considering when we get into the details of some of this, especially considering how they are, fuck them. Like, they're just like, another arm of the DNC, and in fact, even worse to an extent, they're like indirectly partly an arm of the GOP now, basically pushing this turf anti-trans bullshit. And so that's what they're doing. Like, they're a corporation. Like, all they care about is fucking profit. And, you know, and like a center-right neoliberal cunt like fucking Anna is just going to be a NIMBY and not give a fuck one about the activism and about the grassroots and the praxis that comes along with this shit, and will condescend to smug you about, oh, how, you know, this is the proper way of doing things. You can't, you know, like, you know, be a loudmouth and be disruptive. I'm going to police you how, you know, you're supposed to fucking act. Because I know better than you. She's like such a fucking condescending bitch. I fucking hate her so much. And I'm glad I'm vindicated with that. I never have liked her. She's such a cunt.
That have left. After being a network partner since 2017, I officially left TYT on May 1st of this year. And I think you all know why. I never stated why, but you all know why. It was because of this turn that they've made recently. And as you all know, leaving TYT was an absolute nightmare for me. I lost monetization for over a month, but I just couldn't be part of a network that doesn't value my community. And all three of us have tried to inform them on being better allies, but none of those attempts have been successful. All of us.
Because they don't care. The only thing they give a shit about is the maximization of their profit and becoming more mainstream and more normalized within the corporate, you know, framework, so they could continue to maximize their brand name and maximize their fucking profit. Like on YouTube, like, I mean, when it comes to like the top news and a lot of the mainstream news that gets pushed, like at least via YouTube's algorithm, guess what's one of like the top news outlets? TYT now. Like, I mean, and I don't even watch them anymore, but at this point, even YouTube will just, like, casually, you know, boost them when it comes to, like, top news stories of the day or whatever the fuck. I mean, because they're ingrained within the mainstream. They're part of the mainstream media. Like, TYT is mainstream media now. They're not alternative media anymore.
So we're here. That's 3 LGBTQ plus people that TYT lost within the span of a couple of months. So the question is, how many LGBTQ plus people are even left at TYT? How comfortable are...
Probably not many. If they are, they're probably just, like, punish gluttoners, like gluttons for punishment.
LGBTQ plus employees, in the face of all of this, I mean, they've got to feel really uncomfortable now. You know, Cenk and Anna love to scold idiot trans activists over optics, but have they considered the optics of this crisis that they've created? How the supposed home of progressives lost multiple LGBTQ plus affiliates in just a couple of months because of their rhetoric, because of their refusal to listen to anything that we have to say, because they just disregard our input, even if it comes from a good place, even if they've known at least me, for example, for years. I mean, if that doesn't trigger introspection, literally nothing will. Now, to those not plugged into the discourse, let me give you some additional context. So, elements of TYT's coverage has become increasingly reactionary, not just this year, not just with regard to the trans issue, but more broadly speaking. And that's not to characterize the totality of their content, but they have gotten noticeably more reactionary, ranging from their coverage of crime, to homelessness, to Cenk's endorsement of a right-wing billionaire who tried to buy the Los Angeles mayoral race after leading the charge against money in politics for years.
Which, that is some fucking damning information. I think, if I remember, I'm pretty sure I was talking a little bit about this this morning, and that's insane. Like, it's like this motherfucker, like the water buffalo himself, is just like, oh, you know, let's, you know, start Wolfpack, let's get your money out of politics, I say. And then he will literally go out on his way to endorse and fucking simp for a right-wing billionaire cocksucker that's trying to literally extort and racketeer the entire election and buy it out for his own himself. It's like, that just shows what side they're on. They're corporatists, they're corporocrats. Like, they are DNC, like, neoliberal, center-right corporocrats now. Like, they might have a veneer of progressivism, but that's all, you know, meant, you know, and purposely built to funnel all that energy into, you know, the status quo of the DNC and, frankly, even Republican, you know, moderate Republican, moderate conservative fucking, you know, status quo. Like, it's not about progressivism with TYT anymore. The Young Turks are basically the Young Turfs at this rate, you know, to an extent, but also just like the corporate Turks. Like, it's like TCT now.
out of character seemingly for them. But the straw that broke the camel's back was this irrational tweet by Anna Kasparian.
Which, one of the little meme tweets was this. Wait, actually it wasn't this one. Not this one yet.
To not be called a birthing person. People like myself responded asking who called her that and explained that this type of inclusive language is only used in very specific legal or clinical settings. She then doubled down weeks later, specifically in an attack against my leftist mafia co-host, and she laughed off the, quote, meltdowns over that tweet. Now, I'm not going to rehash that discourse because we've already talked about it at length on the Leftist Mafia, and I've talked about it on this channel. I posted a video about that. I'll link to it down below if you want to watch that. But leftists and colleagues tried to delicately explain to both Anna and Cenk, who defended her at the time, that fixating and hyper-focusing on these insignificant issues, it just lends credence to the right's claim that trans people and their allies are unreasonable. And we even explained how, as cis allies ourselves, we've made mistakes that we've had to correct. I explained how purposefully misgendering transphobes is not a good look. That's not how trans people want me to advocate for them. Lance from the Surfs, my leftist mafia co-host, has explained how trans people have talked to him about particular jokes that he shouldn't be making as a cis person. So we try to go...
Which I'm also kind of curious what those type of jokes are, in my opinion, honestly. I mean, because, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a raunchy, you know, edgelord, quote-unquote, dirtbag leftist, honestly. But I'm also a queer one, you know, a queer leftist. And, you know, when it comes to, like, jokes and stuff like that, I mean, I make all sorts of, you know, raunchy, edgy jokes. You know, including at queer people, too. But I'm also a queer person. Like, a lot of times, those jokes are also against me. Or at my own expense, too. Like, I mean, so, I don't know. You know, like, for me personally, you know, it's like, I think that's at least... from what I would argue is like more of like a case-by-case type of thing. At least on a more public sphere, obviously, you know, you need to kind of consider and cater more to like, you know, other people's considerations, especially. At least, you know, I mean, within reason, I would argue. I mean, and, you know, like, you know, and that obviously, you know, being like an edgy, raunchy, you know, type of person, you know, like, you don't want to, like, you know, be super raunchy and edgy. Like, I mean, the raunchy edginess I present here is not necessarily the same fucking, you know, way that I would present it with my friend group or something like that, right? Like, so, you know, there's a line in the sand when it comes to these type of things, within reason type of shit. So I'm kind of curious what type of jokes they are. Because, I mean... honestly, I, you know, have, like, even heard other trans people make, you know, like, you know, jokes, you know, or trans jokes and shit like that, and are, well, not necessarily against, you know, the idea of, like, you know, cis people making those jokes either, as long as they, you know, aren't, like, actually doing so with bigoted intent, and are, like, you know, cool, and, you know, are friends and stuff like that. Which I think is, you know, where that comes from. It's, like, you know, being part of the friend group, and being, like, you know, like, hey, they chill like that, hey, you know, type of shit, right? Like, so, I think for me, that's where that kind of comes from. Like, you know, because obviously, if you don't know somebody, you don't really know, like, how, like, cool they are with certain jokes, or how sensitive they are to certain jokes and stuff, then yeah, you don't want to necessarily just go out of the way to do that type of shit. But once you kind of know somebody, and kind of see where, you know, you can, you know, like, I don't know, not really push a line, but at least kind of, like, know what's comfortable to make, you know, as a joke and stuff like that, then, you know, like, you just have to kind of gauge it, you know, like, it's a vibe thing, right? So, because some people, you know, like, aren't really cool with certain jokes, and some people are, you know, and some people don't really necessarily care as long as you just don't necessarily do it in front of them, so to speak, you know, so, you know, it's one of those things where it varies.
To explain how we've been in this predicament as well, whereas allies, we didn't do the best, but we had to course correct. So that way they realize that it's not an attack on them, it's just we're trying to do better in our advocacy. But that didn't really make a difference. After going out of our way to be charitable, Anna Kasparian accused the leftist mafia of gaslighting her on this issue, which is odd considering the fact that she made this exact point that we all made about inclusive language 8 months prior in a video where Josh Hawley was criticizing Professor Kiara Bridges for using the term people with the capacity for pregnancy. So was she gaslighting herself, or what? Like, I
think it's just because, like, within a short period of time, like, they've changed their position. Like, I think that's just a lot of it. Like, because they're trying to go where the money is, and they are more about electoralism and what will garner the maximization of votes, because they are the arm of the DNC and the Democratic Party, fundamentally through and through. And the DNC and the Democratic Party has rehabilitated a lot of moderate conservatism, and moderate conservatives are still anti-trans for the most part. So, you know, they have to basically do this whole, like, both sides bullshit and then play this anti-trans nonsense, you know, to continue to support and, you know, show to the moderate conservatives, you know, within their audience that, like, hey, we're, you know, chill like that with you guys, wink, wink, which really shows their fucking, you know, real, you know, like, real colors, honestly. Like, I mean, if you're willing to, like, side with these motherfuckers, you know, and, you know, push, you know, these type of, you know, talking points and this type of rhetoric, you know, that literal fucking Nazis are making and shit, then what side truly are you fucking on? Because it really shows, you know, when it comes to shit like that. Because you ain't on mine, you ain't on the working class side, you ain't on the, you know, the side of civil rights and, you know, praxis, and, you know, when it comes to, you know, queer activism and shit, you ain't on that side of things. You are fundamentally against that. Like, when it comes to TOITs, like, you're all against that shit. Ain't one a part of that right now. Like, and what sucks is that there honestly are, like, some names within TOITs still that are actually pretty cool. Like, John Idiota is still pretty dope. I honestly like him, you know, he's alright. You know, and, there's, like, some other chick, I forget her name right off the top of my head, but there's, like, you know, at least, like, 2 or 3, like, side hosts that are at least still pretty chill. And it's like, man, I hope they just fucking jump ship. I mean, they got their own shows, you know, that are within the network. They should honestly just fucking abandon TYT as a network and just, like, have their shows be independent. Like, honestly, like, I mean, I feel like they would, you know, at least not face the same backlash, because I feel like at least for, like, John Idiota and, like, you know, some of these other, like, side hosts, you know, I think there's, like, another, there's actually another host, Jamal, I think his name is, I forgot his full name, Jamal Brown, I think, or, no, and I think that's, like, somebody who ran for Congress. I forgot his name, I think his first name is Jamal, though, but, like, it's the dude for, like, the long ass dreads, like gigantic, you know, big dreads that are like long as fuck. I forgot his name, but I'm pretty sure it's Jamal. But like, he's pretty cool, and it's just like, man, if they're still a part of the network, then drop it. Like, get the fuck out of Dodge, bro. Because I mean, I feel like they don't really necessarily deserve the fucking backlash. Because I mean, none of them are a part of this shit. It's basically Jake and Anna the main ones, you know, pushing this fucking bullshit. I don't know who the other hosts are. I just only know some of the other OG side hosts that have been there for a while. And, yeah, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, none of them, you know, have, you know, said one thing or the other. And as far as I'm concerned, most of them are still more pro-queer in the activism that they push. So it's just like, drop ship. Get the fuck out of Dodge. Because, you know, like, TYT is just becoming a neoliberal, NIMBY, you know, moderate conservative center-right leaning network. That's just what it is now. Get the fuck out of there, you know. That's what I'd say, you know. And even what Sandy was saying in her video, like, you know, for a lot of other employees that might be queer or, you know, very progressive and lefty, yeah, just fucking quit and walk out. Fuck that shit. Fuck them. And if, you know, they happen to cripple and, you know, have a really bad like hiccup because of that shit, then good. Maybe that might actually give some introspection, because that will hit their fucking profit, because that's all they give a shit about. TYT only gives a fuck about money. Like, Buffalo needs to be, you know, herding on that good old green grass that is, you know, money on the prairie. That's what he gives a shit about.
Right? To say that we were gaslighting is bizarre, and just to be extra sure that I didn't say anything that I regret, I went back and watched our episode, our first episode where we talked about this, and we were all incredibly kind, but yet, despite the use of our kid gloves, they've only gotten worse. They didn't listen to anything we had to say, and they've gotten much worse. And there's a lot of clips floating around on the internet that people are reacting to, and we're not going to watch all of them. There's a lot, but I want to point out a couple of examples here to demonstrate what I mean and why I feel like at this point they may be just too far gone, and I'm done trying to educate them if clearly they're not even coming from a position of good faith any longer, right? So...
Because they never were good faith about this.
One example is...
I think, honestly, the shift with TIOT was 2016. Like, when Bernie lost the first time, and it was Hillary as the nominee, that broke their fucking brain, and when Trump won, that was set in stone. Like, they were just, you know, slowly but surely just gonna accept the fate that, well, we literally can't do anything else better than, like, Hillary, DNC-type corporate Democrats, instead of right-leaning, you know, Republican light Democrat, you know, fucks. It's like, man, go fucking figure, dude. Like, honestly, I really feel like that's when it happened. 2015 was the hit for TYT. That's when they got their brains broken, and they just have just, like, degraded ever since.
And talking about a MAGA chud's motivation for something that he said, and listen specifically to one of the things that Anna says.
What are your values that Donald Trump shares with you then?
Parents in control of their children, you know, being able to make choices for your family. America's...
You know, make sure that your kids don't look at anything that might be a little queer or me talking about, like, racial injustice as country's done before. I don't want my kids learning about that Martin Luther King weird pinko commie son of a bitch, I tell you what. So, like, I guarantee, yeah, like, I wonder what you mean by that, motherfucker.
Borders, you know all the issues. We all know the issues.
He has our values, does he? What's your values? I mean, you don't mean family values. He's
watching on turfs. We're not. We're watching Mike Figueredo's whole thing. We're watching this whole... Look, we're talking about this whole fucking bullshit that, you know, has been happening with him. That's why. We're like, I'm basically doing the segment.
Porn stars, and they're like, and he's says terrible things, does terrible things. You don't mean family values. So what values are you talking about? Oh, you know, he believes in putting parents in charge of children. That means I don't like gay people. I'm sorry, that's what it means.
That means he wants to be able to make a decision or help.
A decision about what?
He doesn't want schools making...
Yeah, well, a decision about what, Anna, you fucking cunt. Man, you know, like, I mean, I said it earlier, and I'll just say it again here now. I am so glad I'm vindicated that I always hated this fucking bitch. Because she always has been a bitch. She's a condescending, I'm better than you, NIMBY, neoliberal center-right cunt. She's always been like that. Fuck that bitch, bro. It's like, how much plastic surgery do you need to, like, you know, look better than everyone else there, you fucking bitch? Like, for real. Like, seriously, like, because, I mean, you know, it's like, I feel insecure of my body, you know, and I feel a little dysphoric, so let me get, like, a fuckload of plastic surgery. Oh, trans people feel dysphoric, and, you know, and they, you know, have issues and stuff like that. Well, fuck them, I'm better than you. Why don't you know your place and actually just, like, vote for, like, you know, the DNC center-right Republican, you know, the Republican-like Democrats? Because, you know, I'm better than you, and I'm actually gonna give credence, you know, to these weird, crazy, fascist pieces of shit. Looks a bit plastic. Because she is. Dude, like, it's a well-known fact she's gotten a bunch of plastic surgery on her fucking nose. And, you know, and honestly, I really don't give a fuck one way or the other about these type of things. But when it comes to Anna, I don't give a fuck one way or the other. Fuck her. I feel vindicated fucking hating her, you know, like, pretty much most of the time. The only time I liked her was based on when she happened to be like, I'm better than you, on issues I happen to agree with. It was like with Bill Maher, right? Like, you know, his whole like, oh, smug better, you know, the holier than thou, like, bullshit on takes that just happened to be, like, ones I agreed with. It's just like shit like that. Jake looks like he can afford to miss a few meals. Oh, well, you know, he makes a lot of fucking bank because, I mean, TYT is nothing more about, like, profit now. They are mainstream media at this point, dude. Like, this idea that they are alternative media died, dude. Like, I think, honestly, realistically, that started dying in 2015 to 2016, and then it officially died sometime around this year. Like, it was, like dying of cancer, you know, like, slowly but surely for years, and then eventually did die. And the disgusting, chaotic, evil corporate phoenix that rose, you know, from its, you know, to, like, corpse, you know, is just something that has just become so much more sinister, dude. Man, like, fuck both of these pieces of shit on screen, man. Fuck both of them. TYT's always rubbed me the wrong way, so I never really watched. Well, for me, not really. Like, I used to watch TYT since, like, 2014 and 2015. Like, you know, how I first kind of got into politics was, I mean, initially kind of the Young Turks. I mean, just because they were fairly popular on YouTube at the time. But I never really got into, like, politics and, like, you know, like, legitimately up until I saw Kyle Kalinske, because he happened to be on, like, the side channels list, right? You know, like, on, you know, like, the homepage for YouTube channels. So, like, they have, like, those other channels that you can go check out if people have those listed. TYT had Secular Talk. And I knew about secularism, and I was the guy that liked, you know, the idea of, you know, secularism and stuff like that at the time as a kid. I was aware of that, so I clicked this channel, watched a few of his videos, and it was, you know, set in stone from there, because I really liked his format, you know, at the time. And I still do, honestly. I mean, you know, I mean, he might change, you know, the physical setting a little bit, but his format has never changed. You know, I guess that's one thing about Kyle you can always, you know, get from him is he's never changed that format. You know, I love Kyle, dude. You know, I love him because he's never changed, really. He's always been pretty consistent, but he's always consistently fairly good. I mean, you know, there's definitely plenty of times where I don't really agree with him 100%. In fact, honestly, like, at this point, I'm definitely far more left, you know, now than when I first, you know, saw him. You know, first started, you know, getting into him. Like, if anything, he was more left than me when I first started watching him, but now I'm way more left than him. but, you know, I always have a soft spot for Kyle Kalinske, dude, because, you know, he's the guy that got me into, you know, politics and shit. So, even if I might kind of disagree here and there on some stuff and think he, you know, needs to just go a little further about certain issues and ideas and stuff like that, or whatever the fuck, I mean, whatever, you know, I love the guy. At least know that he's, like, true to what his values are. Like, you know, even, you know, for whatever you say about him, like, he is true to what the fuck he says and what he believes. Like, I mean, you know, down to the core. I mean, you know, like, you can't take that away from him. So, I mean, and that's kind of the, you know, to bring it full circle a little bit, it's like, that's what fucking makes it even more venomous, you know, about TYT, in my opinion. Because, like, I mean, because then I kind of got into them a little bit, because, I mean, when I was into them, like, Jimmy Dore was on there at one point. And that's kind of how I got into the more, like, firebrand aggressive, like, you know, fuck you, I'm gonna be the loudmouth, like, leftism and shit. Like, kind of that edgelord leftist shit. And that's kind of how I started getting into him a little bit, and started kind of branching off from there. Yeah, so it's like, in a way, like, there is kind of a root, you know, to, like, how I got into leftism and progressivism, and where I am now, because of this fucking network, dude. And yet, like, you know, I got into TJ first. I got into TJ Kirk pretty much around the same time, about 2014, 2015. The same time I got into TYT, Secular Talk, and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, like, all, you know, DP, TJ, The Amazing Atheist, you know, TYT, Secular Talk, it was all kind of around the same time frame for me. Like, 2014, 2015, like, the last little bit of high school, you know, right after high school, you know, that type of shit. You know, which kind of shows, yeah, at least, you know, where, you know, I started kind of really, you know, expanding my politics a little bit. Because I started kind of getting into it a little bit, but once I actually started taking somewhat political classes, you know, in the last little bit of high school, that really kind of got me super curious and really opened my world to be like, ooh, you know, be like, there's other ideas and other philosophies and stuff like that. But, yeah, I mean, I just hate how, like, you know, for MAD in economics, I mean, I will admit, honestly, I never really did super great in economics, at least initially, but I really am glad I took the class. I mean, all they taught was capitalist economics. I mean, look, that's the education system in America. Like, it was the same thing for me, dude. I mean, I will admit, it was at least there was not as critical, I guess, you know, take on communism, I suppose, but it still was. It very much was. It was insanely biased. And honestly, even then though, like, there were certain aspects, you know, that I learned. I'm like, wait, I'm like, this could be done better actually if you just did this or blah 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 blah. So it's like, and I think, you know, those a little bit, you know, now it's kind of around the same time, like I said, I started getting into politics, and at least for me, I think, you know, that's kind of what started solidifying my ideas that, like, maybe there's something to socialism. I think that's kind of where it really started to happen, you know, at least for me, because it's like, you know, at least even with the bias that I was taught and shit in the education system, I was like, this isn't even that necessarily bad. You know, it's just like couched necessarily not the right way. It could actually be done right if you do maybe this and this and blah blah blah. Like, I kind of realized, like, there's probably something to this actually. You know, I didn't really necessarily know it at the time yet, but I mean, I think, you know, in retrospect, looking back now, like, I think, you know, my brain was kind of thinking that a little bit. Because, I mean, I was, like, identifying as, like, a democratic socialist, practically, or, like, a social democrat around, like, and kind of, you know, playing around with the idea of socialism, even around, like, just right after high school and shit. And now look at me, I literally call myself an anarcho-syndicalist, full, like, anarchist, fucking borderline communist. I'm, you know, it's like, I'm all the way out there now. So it's like, I'm in crazy pinko land. But, you know, hey, you know, honestly, there's a lot of aspects, you know, that I feel like are kind of rooted into that. And what's sad, like I said, I mean, to bring back full circle, I think truly now, it's why it pissed me off that TYT's like this now. Because they were meant to be, like, the aesthetic of kind of, like, this whole, like, mainstream thing, but, like, a legitimate alternative. And, like, a legitimate, like, you know, like, progressive left aspect, you know, to, you know, the general mainstream news, you know, that you usually get. Like, man, another thing that I just thought about, Jordan Sheridan, who's doing Status Coup now. Like, I mean, that was another thing. Like, Jordan Sheridan used to be one of their like, investigative journalists on the ground that would go to different places like Flint, Michigan, and North Dakota Access Pipeline. Like, Jordan Sheridan was there at No Dapple and at those protests, and got probably some of the best fucking coverage of that protest ever. Like, his coverage of that protest, you know, with the Dapple pipeline was utterly, absolutely fucking phenomenal. And that was also just before they fucking fired him. I don't even know why. But, you know, when that happened, I was like, you know what? You know, I'm just going to follow Joe Sheridan wherever he goes. And he eventually found Status Coup, and that's actually legitimately been very successful. And he's just doing the exact same thing. And, you know, the different on-the-ground journalists that he has adjacent with them, like, they're just doing the same format that he always has done. And the Status Coup is just fucking phenomenal. Because he'll, like, talk to, like, Trump supporters. He'll talk to people on the ground, you know, different places, like in East Palestine, from, like, Flint, you know, all these different places. And, like, we'll be on the ground talking to these people. And being, you know, and talking about, you know, the issues that are heavily impacted because of these fucking things. Like, you know, like with the East Palestine railway derailment and shit. Like, I mean, that's been his big thing. Like, a lot of his videos lately has been about that. And, you know, not just talking to, like, Trump supporters, but talking to, like, you know, just other average town folk, the city council stuff. Like, he's on the ground, like, doing legit, actual fucking journalism. It's like, and I think in some part, you know, because it was around, like, you know, when TOT started dying, it's like they really lost a good, you know, fucking, like, you know, element of what made TOT really good. Because George Sheridan, like, I mean, the dude used to do journalism prior to TOT, I think, for, like, you know, a mainstream outlet. I think it was, like, what was it, like, MSNBC, I think, or something like that. I know Cenk was at one point. I forgot what. And it might have been CNN, I think, but because he wasn't satisfied with it, he said fuck that, and saw TYT and joined them, and got fired from that, so he decided to say fuck this then, and did his own thing. And honestly, that's, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's been more successful for him, you know, for his career than anything else. We need to completely shut down trains until we all know why these derailments happen. Well, the problem is we do. It's just that, are we going to hold the railway industry accountable and actually do something and put some legislation that, you know, modernizes our railway industry and our railway infrastructure? Like, you know, like the problem is we know why it happens. Like, we don't really need to do a total complete shutdown. We just need to fucking actually, like, you know, do the fucking thing, you know, that, you know, will solve the issue. But no one wants to, because they'll cost too much money, and we don't want to hold those fucking CEOs and executives accountable. We'd rather stab the union in the back and shit and fuck them over and make sure they don't get sick time off. Man, Biden will never get my vote because of that shit. He would have to, like, suck the dick of, like, 8,000 union presidents, you know, like, literally every union president in this fucking country. You know, like, you know, to do even remotely get my consideration, let alone a vote. It's like he would have to, like, go down to, like, you know, every, like, you know, representative of every union, locals and nationals, and just, like, just slobber it up, dude. Then I might consider it. I'm not gonna just, I'll think about it at that point. Anyway, but here, let's get back into this, because this is a long video. I mean, we don't want to derail it for too long.
Kids.
Or at least much longer.
It's
and racism. Right? He doesn't want racism taught. Those are the two issues, Anna. Those are the two issues in the schools.
Those are not the two issues, okay? One of the issues that you're totally downplaying right now, not even mentioning, is that some school districts want to, let's say a student comes out and identifies as transgender, school districts want to support that student and, you know, help him or her through that transition without ever having to notify the parents. I think they're...
You want to know why that, some schools and some places do that, Anna? It's because that their parents are abusive and evangelical, far-right, anti-trans bigot pieces of shit, and it would actually be harmful for that child and be, you know, more abuse and more neglect to that child if the parents knew about that. That's why, Anna, like, oh, I think actually that's not good. It's like, fuck off. Like, what do you know, bitch? Like, what the fuck do you honestly know? If you're I'm better than you attitude, it's like, fuck off. Remake Congress into a union Congress. Each union gets a representative of Congress. And just, like, you know, just expand the Congress so, like, there's, you know, 3 wings. You got, like, you know, the union reps as representatives within the, you know, the legislature, and then you got the Congress, and then actually just reframe it so instead of a Senate, you get that, actually. Yeah, so fuck the Senate. Just have Congress, and then, you know, the union Congress, where it's like, you know, you got the union reps of, you know, or like, you know, representatives of the unions, you know, within there. Yeah, so, yeah, I like that. Actually, that's something I advocate for. Like, I mean, because not obviously everybody's necessarily going to be in a union, so to speak, or necessarily, you know, in a workplace. So, I mean, there should just be a broad general representation. But at the same time, there should be at least some more direct representation for workers to the government. That's actually interwoven into the government. Like, it shouldn't just be like, hey, you know, like, we the union are negotiating with this company. Hey, government, help us. It's like, you know, like, fuck that. Like, no, they should be directly interwoven and actually have, like, direct power in the government to, like, have a voice in that. You know, to be like, hey, you know, it's like, you know, not only are you going to help us, but we will be able to help legislate and enforce this to make sure that this stays law, and they can't, and the company or anything else, you know, cannot fuck with that. Unless there's, like, some sort of a broad legislative vote, you know, to say otherwise. But because you would have, like, a, you know, workers' parliament / like Congress interwoven with, you know, the regular Congress, I mean, I'd argue that'd be pretty fucking hard to do now at that point. So it pretty much would codify, you know, whatever type of, like, workers' rights-based legislation and law, and solidify that, you know, essentially, and codify it, you know, permanently. You know, I mean, to an extent, if you think about it. I mean, it also could potentially help with a lot of different social issues, too, if you think about it. Because, like, I mean, you know, like, social issues like, you know, career rights and stuff like that do overlap with labor. I mean, because labor overlaps with all these other issues and shit, like racial justice, queer justice, stuff like that. Like, it does overlap with these things, and historically, too. And so, I mean, it like even there, like, I mean, when it comes to different things, like when it comes to like this whole anti-trans bullshit, it'd be a lot fucking harder to be pushing things like that, at least, you know, on a national level, because of that. You know, so, because, I mean, even though you might get like some union reps that might obviously be a little more conservative leaning, but yet still, you know, very pro-labor on that front of things, at least, you know, like, I mean, you know, there's at least going to be a more sense of a representation into that, you know, for more justice when it comes to that, when it comes to the intersectionality between those issues. We're not really investing in labor, to be honest. I know it's important, but if someone doesn't work, it's not my highest priority. Well, I mean, I honestly get it. I mean, I'm not, like, you know, not, like, saying that it's a bad thing or anything. I mean, that's why, you know, like, obviously the people who are invested, you know, advocate it, because at the end of the day, you know, the advocation of labor also helps you, you know, at the same time, even though you're not in the workforce, you know. So it's, you know, because, you know, like, there's, you know, because even within a, you know, like, an region, like, you know, for example, in the PNW, there's a little bit more, like, unionized workplaces in comparison to other parts of the country, for example. And because of that, you know, even the non-union workplaces, you know, are, you know, having to compete with a lot of those union shops and shit. Because obviously they're getting better benefits, they're getting better wages, getting better deal. And because of that, a lot of the non-union places have to, at least by proxy, compete with that. Even though, you know, those workers don't necessarily get, you know, like a egalitarian unionized representation, they still at least, you know, get some better wages and benefits, because they you know, those workplaces and those companies have to compete with the, you know, with the unionized workplaces and shit. So even for other, you know, companies and other places, you know, that, you know, aren't unionized and shit, it helps them too. I mean, even if they never do get unionized, it's like, I mean, they will still benefit from it. Like, even though they don't realize that. I mean, so it's, you know, like, that's why at the end of the day, it's always something that's the right tide raises all ships. But, like, those policies won't affect me. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like I said, like, I mean, you know, it's not something that would directly affect you, obviously, but it would be an indirect positive impact for someone like you. I mean, that's kind of, you know, broadly what I mean. Like, you know, like I'm saying with, like, non-unionized workplaces and how they, you know, those companies have to compete and shit, it indirectly helps those people, you know, but, you know, obviously the whole, like, unionization thing, they aren't necessarily obviously getting benefits because they're in a totally different workplace and shit, but they still at least get somewhat of the benefits to an extent, you know, especially if they're at least a little bit privy about, like, making sure that, you know, they can keep their, you know, wages and benefits up to par. Did you hear Republican 2024 budget leak and their commitment to cutting everything they didn't get in the debt limit fight? Well, I'm not surprised, but go fucking figure. Alright. We'll keep going with this video for sure, though. Like, I actually do want to watch, you know, this video, at least as, you know, if not its entirety, at least, you know, most of it. Because, honestly, this type of shit does kind of interweave into a lot of what we're kind of talking about anyway. I actually might put, like, a little, like, timestamp in the description afterwards or in the comments or something, you know, for this segment, just because, you know, I know it's going to be all sorts of different little other things. Sorry for not liking. Oh, no, dude, you're fine, dude. I mean, like I said, like, actually, it does kind of interweave, you know, into a lot of what I know is going to be discussed of shit like this. I mean, obviously, it's going to specifically, you know, interweave into, you know, trans and queer activism and shit, but it interweaves into what we're kind of talking about a little bit, but, you know. Well, you know, like I said, this the only reason why I'm, you know, kind of pushing it is, like, it's a half-an-hour video, you know, so, I mean, I might actually do the playback speed at, like, 1.25, so it's a little sped up, you know, just so we can kind of get through it a little quicker, but, well, like I said, we'll get to it. Here, let me be right back. But you're okay, dude, don't feel bad. Hey, Pop, look at you. So cute.
down, little puppy. Oh, shit, oh, pup. Oh.
What the hell? Ah! Yeah. Put that over there. Almost spilled some. That would have been good. And it reminds me of a younger J.K. Rowling. And those are not meant to be compliments. Oh wait, there's another one. Jake reminds me as a smug young Bill Maher. I mean, he pretty much is like a Buffalo version of a Bill Maher.
Okay, and I do not begrudge parents for being concerned about that.
Anna, I don't begrudge parents being concerned about trans people and racial justice.
But you're finding a sliver of an issue. That guy's not talking. He doesn't even know that. And when you ask him about the issues, they always go to, I don't like Latinos. I mean immigrants. I don't like gay people. I mean, I want parental control in schools. So that's the reality. You can see it all over the tapes.
I mean, at least with this clip specifically, I mean, even though we've been kind of like playing it off and on with the sunlocks and stuff, like, Jink is at least, you know, correct in the idea that, like, he's identifying a dog whistle that MAGA fascist fuck, you know, is, you know, saying. Like, you know, Jink is identifying a dog whistle, which he is correct about that. Like, he's actually, you know, at least in this clip, Jink ain't wrong. I'll give him that, at least in this case. He's still a fuckbag, but, like, the fact that he has to, like, but the problem, I think really what the true indictment is like, realizing how, like, far right, you know, Anna's gotten on this issue, because she's willing to give credence and be open-minded to a fascist, you know, while Jink is at least willing to say, nah, fuck him, I know what he's saying. I can at least see, I see through his words. I see through his dog whistle. I mean, at the end of the day, he's still kind of indirectly, you know, aiding a motherfucker like that, but not, the problem is, really, at the end of the day, I think, you know, truly with Anna. She's the one who started all this shit. I mean, she's the one who's fundamentally, you know, the more center-right one. Like, Jink is basically, at this point, like a corporate DNC center-left guy who's, like, some barely, like, pseudo, you know, like, you know, progressive. And then Anna's the center-right, moderate, you know, conservative at this point, who's a NIMBY neoliberal. Like, I mean, this is why, you know, TOIT at this point is basically a fucking, you know, like, corporate DNC centrist, center-right / center, barely left-leaning, you know, like, DNC schlock bullshit mainstream media nonsense. They'll perceive themselves as progressive, but they're not. Yeah, I know. No, I've seen this clip, but, you know, I want to at least, yeah, like, because I've seen Demon Mom stream on this stuff, and, felt Evan Lefevre. Yeah, I like Evan Lefevre. Yeah. He's a quirk, you know, he's, you know, a bit of an oddball, but, I mean, considering, you know, a lot of his, you know, background stuff, I know he's got a lot of, you know, health problems and stuff. Yeah, he did a birthday stream not that long ago, and, he was, you know, talking about a lot of different things, and, he was talking about some of his health and stuff, and it's like, the dude honestly legit, like, I forgot what it was called, but he has, like, some condition where he's basically literally in, like, pain all the fucking time. Like, I kind of feel bad for him. It's still, dude, it's not a joke. Like, he actually does believe he's, like, this, you know, Jesus, and, yeah. Like, the whole Evanism thing, no, he actually believes that. Like, I mean, he believes some pretty interesting stuff. I mean, you know, he's kind of a corkball. I mean, but I like him, though. He's pretty cool, though. I mean, you know, he's kind of like a lefty conspiratorial guy, but, you know, I thought it was an ironic joke. It really isn't. I mean, honestly, like, I've listened to some of his streams, at least the last one that he did. Like, he's definitely got, like, hinduism. No, dude, not that. He's got other things going on. Like, I could tell from, you know, like, you know, how he is, that it's not that, it's some, you know, I don't know what, I forgot what, like, I forgot the specifics of what's going on. I mean, he's talked about it, but, I know Rose, I think, was, like, on his last stream that he did, because he said that was going to be, like, the only one that he was going to do, and he said he might do some again. dude does seem dangerous. Oh, dude, the guy's harmless, dude. Like, he's just a really chill, harmless kind of guy. I mean, dude, there ain't no, yeah, he ain't gonna hurt nobody. I'm pretty sure he's a pacifist. Like, I don't think he is a guy who wants violence. Like, I'm pretty sure he's, like, the opposite. So, yeah, dude, that guy ain't gonna hurt nobody. I think I just kind of feel bad for him sometimes. I mean, not like, out of, like, or, not like that, but, just because, like, knowing for, health issues and stuff, it just makes me think, like, fuck, dude. Because, I mean, I definitely, empathize with that and sympathize just because, both of my parents suffer with pain all the fucking time, and it drives them fucking mad. And honestly, like, being in consistent pain, that will fucking do some shit to you, dude. Like, honestly. Like, being in, constant pain will fuck with your head. Like, it just will. So, I mean, like, I just really, I just really sympathize, well, I guess empathize, because I don't, I've never been in constant pain, necessarily, but, lost someone saying that way, yeah, I mean, honestly, because I've seen it, like, I have seen, like, just even with my own family, somebody being in constant pain and just literally make them go fucking nuts. I mean, it's just like, granted, temporarily, but, I mean, some of the damage from that shit, stays. And it's like, that's why I really, that's why I kind of, like, kind of feel for him. That's why I like watching his stuff. I never really talk about him a lot, but, because it's just kind of like, a little side, thing that I kind of watch every now and then, personally, but it's because I kind of like, listening to his thoughts and some stuff like that, just because, I mean, he's just, a dude that it's got, like, a very imaginative, creative, but yet very intelligent mind, and just, unfortunately, just suffers a lot. And it's like, man, why are the most creative minds, the ones that suffer the most? It's like, he's just one of those dudes. No one of my friends just fucked up, yeah. Yeah, dude, I mean, I see it with even my friends, dude, like, my friend Logan, my friend Melty, my friend Harley. Honestly, like, you want to kind of sad. Rip City is the only friend that is basically the most normal out of all of us. I'm not even kidding. He's had the most comfortable, like, sane upbringing out of all of us when it comes to our friend group. Holly had a really fucked up upbringing as a kid. Logan had a really fucked up upbringing as a kid. Tyler, not so much, but his dad is a fucking psychopath and a QAnon honor, and it's, shit. And, I definitely did not, like, get raised in a very, sane household. Like, especially after, I'd say about after, like, 2006, that's where things kind of slowly kind of started to go down a little bit. But then the Great Recession hit, and then I think it was half a year or a year prior to that, my mom got diagnosed with uterine cancer. And at that point, like, that's when everything just went, and that's when shit was bad. So, like, honestly, and also around that time, going for middle school, so, like, it was, like, 2008, 9, 10, that shit was rough. It was fucking bad. Just know there wasn't a lot of violent abuse towards me, to be honest, being a child. Yeah. Same thing for me, honestly. But holy hell, did I get gaslighted? Oh, dude, yeah. Same here, dude. Some fucker shit. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I think you fairly know me. Yeah. Well, same here, but the thing is, I don't really think anyone is. I don't even necessarily think, my friend Stefan is either. I mean, but the thing is, like I said, out of all of us, he's the one who was raised with the least of the shit that I'm talking about. And, like, and that's why I say it's kind of sad, because, like, I mean, all the broken kids all kind of hung out together, and, you know, and, I mean, that's actually a good thing. It's nice knowing that, like, you know, they can cling together and have a solidarity in a sense about having fucked up upbringings, and being, you know, kind of having, like, neglect or abuse or getting gaslit and shit like that. I mean, I'm a fucker for it, but I respect him a lot more than he thinks I do. Yeah. I mean, you know, like, because he's, you know, like, he's a quirky guy. That's why I say, you know, he might be the most normal out of all of us, but he's still a quirky motherfucker, dude. You know, he could be an enigma sometimes of how, like, his thought process is sometimes about things. You know, and all of us, you know, in my friend group specifically have even mentioned it too. But we still love him. We still, you know, he's still a great guy, and he's a very smart dude, and, you know, like, you know, it's like he has his conclusions, and, you know, and honestly, like, he could be even more stubborn than me sometimes. I wouldn't try to annoy him if I didn't like him. Yeah. And I've even mentioned it to him. It's like, you know, hey, you know, Venom also likes to troll a lot. And I even told him, it's like, the reason why he kind of memes with you a lot is actually because he does like you. You know, he's, you know, he wouldn't really do that if he didn't actually like you and respect you. And I've told him that stuff. So I think at this point, that's why, you know, I guess he might tolerate it, I suppose. You know, because sometimes he doesn't know if you're being serious or not, but I think that's kind of the fun of it all, I suppose, at the end of the day. And you know what? Hey, whatever. It makes for some fun little interactions. But, you know, like, you gotta spice things up in life, you know? You gotta have things to be a little spicy. That's why I like being a little raunchy and edgelord. Raunchy, edgelord, dirtbag lefty. That's why I like being that. Oh, you fuck. You're trying to... Oh, you're doing some drive-bys on my burr? Oh, hell no, Fly. I will... You little bitch. Oh, my God. Like, I try not to be much of an ass, and if I go far, I'll call man. I'll be a pissy bitch for a while, but if it feels too bad, I'll apologize. I mean, you know, like... I don't know. I mean, don't overthink it too much. Because the thing is, like, as far as I take it, especially when it comes to these streams, like, the next stream or the next day is just another stream. It's just like, it's, you know, it's whatever, really. It's like, you know, there might be times where there might be a little, like, you know, intense debates or, like, a little bit of a, you know, and, like, you know, intensity or maybe a little, like, you know, don't be fucking dumb, you dumbass fucking mirror, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's like, you know, or being like, oh, fuck off with that bullshit. You know, that shit happens. I mean, there's been plenty of times that's happened on the streams with you, Stoney, Rip, like, that's happened a lot. And the thing is, like, it's never, at the end of the day, over hard feelings. We might be a little salty for a little bit, you know, for a day or two, or, you know, for a moment there, but, hey, you know, we're still all chill. We're still all homies. You know, at the end of the day, it's just gonna be bridge on the water. You know, and it's like, hey, you know, sometimes the salt gotta flow. You know, that's how I see it. It's like, sometimes you just gotta let some salt flow, let some frustration out, but hey, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we still give a shit about each other. We're still homies. We're still G's, you know, that's how I see it. It's like, and I've had that with literally all my friends at some point. Like, it's happened, you know, even with some coworkers at times before. You know, either to me or I've done that to others. You know, it's like, I mean, every now and then, like, you know, sometimes you just gotta, like, you know, let some of that bullshit out a little bit. Be like, dude, what the hell? You know, and, yeah, but hey, it's not because, like, you know, fuck you, bro. It's like, you know, I like you, I care about you, so it's like, bro, step up a little bit, you know? It's more like that. It's like, hey, you know? I mean, it's never out of, like, you know, some personal, like, animosity. And, you know, at least for me, it's never about that, because I'm not... I hate the idea of just having, like, people I'm like, yeah, fuck it, you know, like, I mean, funny enough, while, you know, we got, these fuckers, you know, it's like, you know, I feel like that with these motherfuckers, but, you know, at least when it comes to, like, personal, like, you know, people that actually, like, know and talk with face-to-face, I ain't trying to have that, you know, like, I mean, I'll honestly be honest, I would at least be somewhat courteous with this guy. But I will be honest, I would not be exactly respectful to her. I'd be like, oh, it's you. Okay. yeah, you're kind of a turf, like, you know, like, you're basically a NIMBY, like, what, you think you're better than me because, you know, you're gonna condescend anarchists and, like, civil rights activists and trans activists. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm not exactly gonna be kind to her. I'm at least willing to give some courtesy to Jank. A little bit. More, at least a little more. But, you know, as far as I'm concerned, fuck Anna. Right? But, you know, like, how I, you know, I guess supposedly treat her here, and how I would treat these side people here and stuff, is not necessarily the same how I would treat them in person. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, at a certain point, when your energy gets to a certain level, yeah, I'll treat them like the way I do here, because I'm gonna be like, you know, fuck you, I ain't gonna give a fuck. It's like, you know what I mean? Especially, it's like when you start going, you know, like, at me about shit, it's like, oh, hell no. It's like we go and make him assessment, and I go sort of lose my. Well, yeah, I mean, that's why medications are an important thing. And that's why, like, frankly, I mean, well, not just that, but also, like, you know, understanding, like, you know, psychology and mental illness, you know, and mental health overall is really just broadly needs to be more of a thing in this country and shit. I mean, because, like, you know, it's, because it affects a lot of people, and that includes, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, trans people too and shit, which is, like, yeah, you know, kind of bring back a full circle, because we have been stunlocking again a little bit. You know, it's like, I mean, they want to, like, try to say that, like, oh, you know, you got, like, you know, these mega chub motherfuckers that, you know, are just concerned about certain issues, and yet don't want to consider the fact that, like, you know, hey, maybe trans people, like, have, you know, issues themselves and stuff, and just want to, you know, like, feel actualized and normal with their own identity and with their own self, and just want to be accepted and have the fact that they exist just be an okay thing to know. Because it's like, God fuck forbid that people are aware that trans people are a thing. I mean, like, Lord fuck forbid. You're gonna train around, we're gonna identify as a problem. Yep, yeah, I got that meme. I want to find a shirt, you know, that says that, because I'll definitely buy that. It's like, respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a fucking problem.
Actually said, it is what you have taken out of his statements there.
You're right.
Like, yeah.
See, I find that clip interesting.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah, I did take his statements out of context. No, yeah, Jank, no, oh my god, no you didn't, dude. You actually identified, you know, the dog whistle, and then you conceded that it wasn't by being like, yeah, I took it out of context. No, you didn't. Fucking, like, he was right up until he decided to, like, hey, I'm gonna build out the correct idea here. Now let me just destroy this shit. Respect my trans homies or you get lead poisoning. I like that too.
Bend over backwards to be overly charitable towards the MAGA chud, but for some reason, she can't extend that same level of charitability towards trans people and their allies who reached out in good faith to explain to her why her rhetoric has been harmful as of late. See, when it comes to MAGA chuds, we've got to try to interpret what they're saying in the most charitable way imaginable, but when it comes to allies of trans people and trans people, well, they're attacking me. Haven't you seen my record? It's just ridiculous. But that's not why I wanted to play the video. So,
I know I'm a bad ally. How? No, like, how? And honestly, like, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, at least to broadly be a queer ally, it's just stick up for your queer homies. That's basically about it, right? Or, like, for example, you know, like, remember, I don't know if you were in there, right? Like, when we saw that racist stepdad get his ass whooped. Yeah, you were in there, right? Like that kid. Like that type of shit. I mean, that's kind of an extreme version of what I'm talking about. But, like, that kid that went just, like, and just, like, smacked, you know, his stepdad because it's like, oh, your little N-word friend, blah, blah. I sent that video to Lamau. Oh, you sent... Oh, my God. Okay, whatever. I thought, honestly, Mornax or somebody else sent it, or I found it. Okay, all right. You sent it. Okay. All right, well, yeah, okay. Well, all right, my memory is a little... Okay, I'm more focused with this. I'm bringing my memory back to that, you know, so whatever. Anyway, fuck you. But anyway, you get the idea, though. Like... I mean, like I said, though, like, it is the extreme version of, like, being an ally, so to speak. I mean, but the whole point, though, being it's, like, sticking up, you know, for, you know, your trans/queer homies or, like, your minority homies and stuff. That's basically about all you really gotta do and shit. I mean, because, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, at least, you know, because that's really, I think, you know, the true test. Because obviously, you know, saying, like, yeah, trans rights, queer rights, and, like, yeah, obviously, you know, for a lot of, you know, people, that's obviously, you know, pretty easy, right? But, like, I mean, there's kind of, like, well, like, the sense of, like, well, that's not necessarily enough. I mean, which, to be fair, it's kind of true. You can't just necessarily say, well, yeah, I'm pro-queer. Like, I mean, the whole rainbow capitalist thing, where you got all these corporations that, I mean, not so much this year, but last year where, like all of them had the rainbow logos and shit. Like, it's easy to do that. But, like, are you actually going to do something to support and actually be allies? And that's where the actual kind of, like, test comes to be. And then, you know, and obviously for the average person, you know, it's not really necessarily about, like, donating money or, like, you know, some shit like that or something. It's just like, you know, it's more about, like, if you happen to know someone who's gay or trans or whatever the fuck, you know, and you see some bigotry or something happening to them, stick up for them, you know, shit like that. You know, it's just some, you know, that's just basically it. I mean, or if someone's saying some bigoted shit or, you know, saying some homophobic or transphobic stuff, you know, just be like, hey, that's actually not kind of cool. I mean, you really think that, blah, 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 and have a little back and forth. Don't, like, you know, be like, well, fuck you, asshole, you know, or some shit, but, like, you know, challenge that, you know, like, you know, stick up and be like, hey, what, you know, yo, you know, so, I mean, there's little things that the average person can do, you know, and thing is, you don't really gotta do a lot, and I don't really think you need to necessarily. It's just that minimal and at just a basic level, just stick up for the trans and queer homies or, like, your minority homies and stuff. That's just it. You know, like, I mean, like when that fuckbag, you know, had that SS tattooed the other night, you know, or the other fucking week and shit. Like, and, you know, and when I saw that, like, got my fucking blood boiling, and I wish I wasn't on the clock because it would have fucking done something. And, of course, you know, and I'm talking to, you know, two of my coworkers about it. One of them's Jewish, and the other one's Polynesian. And it's like, and even them, they're like, yo, chill, bro. Because I'm like, man, I'd fucking smash a goddamn bottle. Because, like, I was honestly pissed, you know, seeing that shit. And they're just like, damn, bro, chill. And even they were kind of like, you know, chilling out, you know, like, damn, bro. But I was just like, and I was like, all right, you know, like, I get it, you know, and I like, as I recognize, yeah, I am kind of, you know, blood boiling, kind of shaking a little. I'm like, look, and I can explain, it's like, especially being like, you know, like a mixed Northern European monk guy and shit, and I do have a genuine appreciation for, like, Germanic and Nordic culture and stuff like that, and Vikings and yada yada. It's just like, I mean, that in itself just alone already gets, you know, my goat. And knowing the fact that, like, you know, Nazis and these white supremacists appropriate that shit, and, you know, like, think there's, like, you know, they're somehow superior just because, you know, other humans happen to, you know, be either Jewish or brown or something. It's like, it's a fuck these piece of shit, dude. It's like, I mean, you know, it's like, it's, you know, it's like that, you know, it's like, I mean, even though I really couldn't, unfortunately, do anything, really, and the dude did walk around and, you know, checking, you know, some stuff in the store and walked out, I mean, it's just like, you know, like, just, you know, just the whole, that in itself, you know, is, I think, you know, enough to be like, hey, at least, you know, you're willing in itself to stick up for somebody, even if you're not really necessarily in a place to do that, really, because, I mean, I'm on the clock. If I were to approach that person and say something, then I would technically get fucking fired, or at least be liable for it, even though really, at the end of the day, I probably would be in the right no matter what. Oh, that's upside down. Because fuck a motherfucker like that. So as far as I'm concerned, they're never welcome in any fucking public establishment. Like, if you want to get food or get groceries, better DoorDash it. Because as far as I'm concerned, they literally would be barred. And if they want to whine about discrimination, then it's like, well, Look at that SS tattoo. You're a fucking Nazi. Like, your existence is about discriminating. So fuck off. Oh, what? I'm gonna discriminate against your life discriminating people? Like, fuck you, bitch. Like, what, you want to take that to the Supreme Court? Well, never mind. Actually, they would actually be like, oh, that is discrimination. You can't discriminate against Nazis. Yeah, never mind. Scratch that. I was just thinking, it's like, what, are you gonna do, sue me or some shit? You know, then I realized, oh, wait. So I was like, never mind, actually. But you know what? That's why I don't, you know, go to the cops or the legal system on this type of shit. Or it's money out of the company's... Exactly. I mean, that's the reason why I couldn't do anything. But the virtue of just, like... And honestly, the reason why, like... A part of the reason why I didn't is because, honestly, if I didn't start, you know, venting to my coworkers, I honestly wouldn't went out of my way to find that fucker. I was like, in my mind, you know, it's like, man, I need to go back there because I know one of my, you know, like, coworkers back there just chilling. Or I'm going to fucking find this guy and yell at this dude. Because, like... Holy fuck. Like, because I was legit shaking. I was like this, and I was like, you know, like, as soon as I looked up and I saw the dude, and then I looked at his tats, and I saw the Sturmstaffel SS logo right there in the middle of a bunch of Norse runes, and I just turned around and went, oh, because I knew if he saw my face, he wouldn't know that, like, I probably would have said something, or he would have said something, so I just turned around and went, oh, fuck, because... Same instincts for Confederate tattoos. Oh, I do too. Oh, I do the same thing if I saw that shit. I mean, well, to be fair, sadly, I mean, you know, I guess maybe not as much, just because, like, there are like some people around here that use it more for, like, the sense of being a rebel, I guess. But I mean, like, you know. At least for some, like, that one's a little weird, because there are some people that are just too stupid to realize what the Confederacy was about, and just attribute that flag, you know, to being like, oh, I'm just a rebel. And it's like, bruh, there's plenty of other flags that you can use to be a rebel with than that, but whatever. You know, I'll forgive you for being stupid. But that's about it. So, like, I ain't really gonna forgive anything else. I'll forgive your stupidity, but that's it. He keeps that shit covered. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, if these Nazis and these Confederates really, you know, knew their place, they would keep that shit covered. I mean, if anything, they would have it tattooed underneath their skin, like, internally. They would tattoo that on their fucking, like, you know, stomach or something like that, you know, like, literally their organs, you know, instead. So no one would have to see it. But then they would have the nice satisfaction knowing that they're there anyway. A skeleton that looks somewhat like Eddie wrapped in a Confederate flag instead of a Union Jack. So he has like a skeleton that's like an Iron Maiden Eddie and in a Confederate... Dude, the actual Eddie from Iron Maiden would literally like fist fuck like that Eddie to death. Yeah, dude, the actual Eddie from Iron Maiden would literally fist fuck and then skull fuck that Eddie to death. I'm not even kidding. And also your step douche to death. The actual Eddie from Iron Maiden would literally like fist fuck and skull fuck your stepdad to death. I'll probably just give you a fantasy that you're just like, ooh. I mean, you're just like, ooh, that's nice, good, awesome. I don't know if it's one you want to necessarily visualize, but at least, like, knowing that, hey, at least he dies. In a very horrible, very gay, degenerate way, too. Speaking of, here. Alright, we're definitely doing the playback speed. We got it, alright. Let's minimize these stunlocks. Let's go, baby.
What this conservative means by parents in control of their children, Anna ascribes good intentions to him by suggesting that he's probably talking about school districts who support and help students through their transitions, right, without ever notifying parents. Now, she says that there's an issue with that. Now, let me be very clear. First and foremost, teachers cannot consent to gender-affirming care.
Wait a minute. I just noticed that their little headline says, rally goers say they back Trump even if he killed someone. Well, Trump literally said that back in 2016, and he gained support. So, one, that's obvious. And two, wouldn't that show that, like, that mega chud from, like, an hour ago, practically, like, was basically, like, saying that, like, I just want my parents' choice, blah, blah, like, it's a dog whistle for, like, all the shit that, like, Trump and the far-right extremists, you know, are wanting to advocate for, like, you know, banning, you know, like, quote-unquote CRT, even though that's not being taught in schools outside of a college/universal level, or, like, you know, transgenderism, or, you know, just the fact that, like, you know, queerness is a thing and stuff like that. I mean, it's, like, it's like, what the fuck do you think? I mean, you know, it's like, even though Django's a coward bitch, I mean, at least he initially identified as a dog whistle, without necessarily saying it was, but still, it's like, what the fuck? Man, fuck TOIT, dude.
Parents have to give consent in order for minors to receive gender-affirming care. Second of all, protecting a child's identity is crucial because there are many LGBTQ plus kids who become homeless after getting rejected by unsupportive parents. So some school districts purposefully do not out kids to parents because of that very reason. It could literally endanger their lives. So why am I having to explain this to Anna Kasparian, who is a
because she's a neoliberal, NIMBY, fucking center-right bitch. That's why.
17-year veteran. Do you think that she doesn't know this?
No, she does. No, she absolutely does.
That crucial context is incredibly damaging because it suggests that teachers are doing some nefarious thing by simply affirming the identities of their students. Anna is a very smart woman, right? She's well aware of that.
Don't give her that much credit.
She's well aware of that, but she chose to not include that in her discussion. But there's more, because she has defended anti-trans propagandist Jesse Singal, saying Jesse Singal is not a transphobe at all. They just want
yeah, she kind of is.
To suppress anything that questions the safety of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors. It's pretty disgusting, to say the least, and I'm glad that their efforts to destroy his career hasn't worked. Now,
like, what do you mean questions of the safety? Like, I'm pretty sure there is, like, data and, like, actual, like, research about puberty blockers or quote-unquote cross-sex hormones, which is just, like, a purposely poorly worded phrasing, you know, that the right wing is, concocted. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure, from what I understand, there's nothing really wrong with it. It literally just blocks, like, the hormones that come for puberty, which, if you have a child who's trans and you're doing trans-affirming care, then that's in their better interest, because then the puberty of, you know, the biology that they don't identify with doesn't hit, you know, at that point. So then they, you know, at least, especially on a social aspect of things, can at least, you know, be more representing of the gender/identity they identify with more. That's why they exist, you know, at least in some, well, they've existed before then, actually, but at least in some part, that's the reason why they're more commonplace and more available at this point, for one, and for two, that's the reason why, you know, children have those things and shit, like, and, you know, have that as, you know, part of their affirmation of their care, like, oh my god, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Not to sound like, again, oh my god. Alabama news. Birmingham has no power because a snake slithered into powder conduit and got fried. What? A snake got in a power conduit, got fried, and took out the power in Birmingham, dude. Oh my god, dude. Nature, rise up. Dude, nature is fucking fighting back, dude. That was a kamikaze snake, dude. That snake did a kamikaze mission, bro. Dude, my homeboy the snake, bro. Oh my god! Okay, you know what? Alright, that was a good still like that. I got a good laugh out of that one. Oh man. As a teen, this happened a lot with squirrels. Oh no, those poor squirrels! Wait, how the fuck? Dude, I see squirrels on, like, power lines and hanging around shit like that all the time because they use that as, like, ways to travel and shit. Like, what the fuck? Wait, so what? How do they not have their oh my god, wow. Wow, Alabama is that fucking third world? Holy shit. Oh my god. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Oh my god, get out of that shithole, bro. Oh man, you're already getting there. You're getting there. Squirrels would chew on the lines? What the fuck? Dude, I've never heard of that. Dude, I've never heard of that before. Dude, the squirrels around here in, like, or at least as far as I'm aware, anywhere, never, what the fuck? They never do that. Oh my god. What, is there, like, not enough food for them or something? Jesus. Maybe I just live in an area, maybe the PNW is just exceptional when it comes to these squirrels, because there's so much food for them that they don't worry about the power lines, I guess. Like a decade ago, they coated lines with some treatment to make them not taste good. Well, maybe that's what we were doing here. Maybe that's actually, like, well, because it doesn't taste good, but at least it's okay enough for them to walk on it. Oh my god, dude. Man, Alabama really is something, ain't it? You know, honestly, even if you don't live there anymore, you know what? For old time's sake, you and I should do a meetup in, like, Huntsville and fucking, like, kick it and fucking just, like, really try to break down Alabama for me while I'm there and let me just, like, truly absorb the mess and the shithole that it is. I've seen a squirrel get fried on the line once. I've never seen that. Around here, like our power lines and stuff, I think honestly, like a lot of our power lines, you know, because obviously there's a lot of animals that will, you know, like small animals or birds and stuff that are going to be using them. I think our lines are just, you know, have a material that's just super fucking thick and shit. Which honestly, like, you think that would be a normal thing. Like super thick, like coating material to keep the lines, you know, themselves safe. And also not frying any animal. And on top of that, like, it's like some sort of like a rubber material or something like that where the animals aren't going to eat it or chew through it or anything like that. So it's just like, and I honestly thought that's just how it was across the board. Is Alabama really that, like, fucking backwards? I'm like, oh my god. Poor critter got close to being exploded. If you touch him for a few seconds, shocking time. Oh god. Well, you should never touch a power line anyway. Never do that. They teach you that no matter what. I haven't seen squirrels get exploded by power lines or anything, but I have seen them get run over. I've seen a squirrel get its head literally, like, smushed and its brains everywhere, and its poor fucking body, like, was flying everywhere for, like, 3 or 4 feet with its, like, head matter, like, flying everywhere. I was going to work, too. I was, like, I think it was actually it was, like, a few years ago. But I think it was back on the Twitch days, actually. And I think I had a morning stream that I did for, like, an hour, like I usually do sometimes. And I was like, alright, you know, I was kind of vibing that day, too. And I was like, alright. And I see a squirrel running across the street. And there's 2 cars coming. I went, oh, no. And then the squirrel went this way and almost got ran over by that car, and it went the other way, and then that car hit its head, and I went, oh, I saw that, went, oh, and I turned around, and I looked back, and I saw it flying around everywhere, you know, and I was like, oh, and I just looked and went, oh, God. And then it fell pretty much at the same spot it landed, you know, when it died, and its tail went like, and I just went, oh, fuck. I just literally went like, I stopped on my tracks, and I just went, oh, fuck, bro. And so at a certain point, I just started walking again, went by it, and I looked over, and I was like, I just went, oh, you poor baby. You poor, sad little thing. Oh, and it looked like a big one, too, so I think it might have been a pregnant squirrel, too. So I was like, oh, no, it probably had babies. Oh, no. See squirrels get ran over while they're fucking? Oh my god. Oh man. Well, you know, like honestly, like I've seen squirrels fuck in my trees and on my squirrel platform. I've woke up to some commotion on my scroll platform, and I would like, oh, all right, let's get up and see what's going on. And I look out the window, and I'm seeing two squirrels fuck like right there in my face, and I'm just like, well, okay. I guess some squirrels had some morning wood. Well, all right. So you can watch the video. Yeah, because now we're starting to talk about squirrels fucking. Yeah, we need to move on now.
Watching a lot of right-wing media because cross-sex hormones is a dog whistle that the right uses, right? It's words that they use because it primes you to think about HRT in a more negative way. Cross-sex hormones sounds a lot more scary than HRT, which sounds banal. So they use this language purposefully, and Anna, maybe intentionally or unintentionally, she's now using their exact words. But that's not even the real problem here with that. Putting aside Jesse Single for a moment, who's she referring to? Who's they? Who's trying to suppress this information? Clinics who literally offer gender-affirming care to minors, they detail the potential risks. Parents know about this before confirming that they want their kids to get gender-affirming care. If you don't believe me, test it out, look it up. I'll do it for you, in fact. The St. Louis Children's Hospital, for example, lists short and long-term side effects of puberty blockers. They did the same for hormone replacement therapy and include information about how it may affect fertility. So I'll ask again, who is suppressing this information, Anna?
And also, at least from my understanding, those short and long-term side effects aren't even necessarily dangerous or lethal or anything like that. They just happen to be like, you know, potential like side effects, and a lot of them are more like mental than really anything. So, like, basically things like, you know, depression or, you know, like the aspect of anxiety or things like, the things like that. I mean, it's, a lot of the short and long-term side effects are, a lot of, mental aspects and shit. I mean, it's not just the only things, obviously, but, I mean, they're more or less, like, manageable or things that can be adaptable to an extent, if, the proper gender-affirming care and treatment is being given. And, so it's, like, I mean, it's, a lot of the cases is really not, like, that bad. Like, those side effects, I mean, that's just what they are, side effects. That doesn't necessarily mean they're inherently bad. They just, might just be a neutral, tangential thing that is a part of, the treatment. That's just what it might mean. That doesn't necessarily mean it's, negative, so, I mean, because having, some anxiety about, like, oh, am I fitting in correctly enough? I mean, that's not necessarily a negative side effect. I mean, that's kind of an understandable thing, in a way, for someone to feel. If, they're trying to affirm, to something that, they want to be. And, a part of, like, adapting or overcoming a lot of that is a part of the social normalization and the social adaptation of that, which isn't necessarily just a trans person, going through that. Like, I mean, the social norms also have to adjust, to realize and understand that these people exist and accept that and, normalize that. Whether they like it or not, as far as I give a shit. Small chance that you might be transparently, but I really don't think I am, but no pure man. Ignore the word, ideally. No pure man occasionally wishes he was a girl. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know what's going on with your head, honestly, when it comes to that type of stuff. I mean, I will say, yeah, that right off the bat, but I'll at least say for myself, like, I mean, I'm not trans, but I definitely, kind of, like, identify more with the whole, like, non-binary / gender abolitionist aspect of things. Like, taking things, I guess, the extra step further, I suppose. Because, I mean, despite that, like, obviously I still, for the most part, at least with physical appearance, identify as male and represent as such. But when it comes to, like, the broader gender identity or my identity when it comes to that in itself, I don't really give a fuck one about it. Like, I mean, if I had tits and a pussy, and was biologically a woman, I wouldn't give a fuck one. And if I had, like, all the above, like, the cock, balls, titties, and a pussy, and everything in between, I still wouldn't give a shit. Like, I mean, it's, like, I'm okay with that. Like, I wouldn't care. Like, I mean, if I had my druthers, like, I, would kind of mix and match, depending on my vibe. It depending on how I feel, frankly. Like, honestly, I mean, and that's kind of at least broadly why, I at least, kind of identify a little more with being non-binary, because like I definitely feel a sense of like fluidity with my broader gender identity, you know, and don't necessarily identify with the binary of, you know, the gender social construct. That's why I'm also a gender abolitionist in that sense, because, you know, I'm not like, you know, gender fluid in the sense of like being, you know, like, you know, I'm literally going to outright identify one way or the other necessarily. I mean, you know, I am the way I am, obviously, at the end of the day, but like, you know, I just know that I got aspects about myself that's feminine, and frankly, I know for a fact if I did have biological feminine features, I wouldn't care and would be fine with it. So, at least, you know, by that virtue alone, I know there's at least some fluidity with my gender and sexuality to an extent, and that's totally fine. And I think, honestly, to some extent, I think most people do have, like, some sort of a fluidity when it comes to, at least at minimal, sexuality, but even to some extent, even with their own gender. I mean, it's like, that's why some dudes, you know, might, you know, explore some more feminine aspects about themselves, or women being, you know, exploring more masculine aspects of themselves. I mean, that's kind of, you know, an aspect of that, you know, kind of playing a role a little. That's way more if I was a woman. I know TMI, but that's the first thing I do as a woman. I mean, to be fair, I probably would too, honestly. But that would wear off after a while. Like, at a certain point, I would get bored of that and, you know, want other people to do that. And then eventually after that, I'd probably get bored of that too, and eventually just get over it. I mean, it's like at a certain point, you'd probably get over that.
Life is boring.
Only if you make it boring. I mean, that's bullshit. I mean, only if, life is boring only if you make it boring. That's bullshit. Nah, I disagree. Nah. My life ain't boring. At least recently, my life hasn't been boring at all in the last, like, couple weeks. Those have been pretty fucking lit, so.
Brief times of extreme excitement that makes all the boring worth living for.
You know, I can't disagree with that. You know what? Some old dad wisdom. I will grant him that. That was some old dad wisdom right there. All the exciting moments of life make the boring parts of life worth living. You know what? I will grant him that. That's a little bit of some dad wisdom right there. That's some, like, boomer dad wisdom shit, dude. That really is, like, some dad wisdom. That really just unironically was, like, some... Of course, I'm not surprised.
Although annoying, like all these fucking fleas.
Are you sure it's not just mosquitoes at this point? Because, like, there's literally a real significant uptick in mosquitoes this year. And it's actually even true. Like, there actually is, like, 5 times more mosquitoes this year in comparison to previous years.
Oh, no, it's a normal amount of mosquitoes.
No, it's not. Oh, no, literally it's not.
A couple years.
Dude, no, bullshit. Dude, you wanna know why? I literally looked this up the other night. Like, I was perusing the subreddit, the Portland subreddit, and someone was asking, why is there so many fucking mosquitoes? And someone posted an article from the Oregon State government, you know, basically being like, yeah, the reason why, and here's, like, data about the mosquitoes and shit. Like, and the reason partly why is that the different counties in the area didn't spray down, you know, to, like, you know, different things to basically make mosquitoes not really be a big problem, like they have in the past. So, you know, like, because they didn't do that, now there's, like, a fuckload more mosquitoes than there normally are. Like, this year, there literally are way more mosquitoes in comparison to previous years. There literally are.
A lot of that's weather related.
I mean, partly, kind of, but at least, you know, like I said, from what I was reading up and stuff, that's not it entirely. I mean, to some extent, sure. I mean, especially when it comes to, like, you know, food and, you know, and all that, but, like, I mean, all in all, I mean, it's literally because the local counties in the area did not keep up with, like, you know, basically insect maintenance when it comes to certain things like mosquitoes. Like, they didn't keep up with it last year, and now we're having to deal with all this shit.
People don't like bats. I love bats. They keep the mosquitoes away.
I never heard anyone talk about bats around here.
They eat mosquitoes. That's their favorite food.
Well, so do a lot of so do a lot of bugs and other critters and okay, whatever. Anyway.
How many mosquitoes does it take?
According to my trans homie, says a possible sign of transness. Wait, what? I do identify as a male, but I do catch myself having fantasies of being a woman sometimes. Yeah, that is kind of a sign of being, you know, a little bit, I would argue. But I mean, well, my former roommate used to think that. It would come in, you know, sometimes be like, sometimes he'll pop in being like, well, hey, you know, it's like, what? It's like, wouldn't it just be cool if we just had titties? Because then we wouldn't need women. We would never have women if all we had was some titties. You know, like, if men had titties, then we would never need women. Which is kind of saying that if he had breasts, he would probably, like, you know, just, you know, play with them all day. Which is like, you know what, fair enough, I probably would too. But, I mean, at the same time, it's just like, I mean, you know, kind of shows a little bit that, you know, he's, honestly, you know, like, my roommate, like, he is straight, but they're definitely, he's not, like, straight. He's straight with a slight bent near the end of the stick, you know what I'm saying? Hardcore zone for a moment. You didn't really miss anything. I just finally responded to your last comment. Because now my dad's fucking unlocking me, but not anymore at this point, because I'm at least trying to not, because I want to continue to get through this fucking video. We're not even halfway through this. Oh my god, we're going to spend way too long in this video, but fuck it, I don't care. We're going to power through it. We've been unlocking so hard on this one video.
Treatment, be it gender affirming care or diabetes or cancer treatment, they're informed about the risks and the benefits, the pros and the cons. So, who's trying to suppress this information? Furthermore, Jesse Singal, of all people, isn't being suppressed. In fact, his constant sensationalist fear-mongering over these small amounts of detransitioners who exist was literally cited in a legal brief by Republican attorneys general to deny gender-affirming care. So his writing is influencing transphobic legal opinion, but yet people are trying to suppress him. It's just comical. But I mean,
he's literally getting his shit boosted on platforms via legislative lawmaking. I mean, that's not being censored at all. It's being boosted.
Rolling about trans healthcare, TYT recently released a bizarre video where they talk about Trump attacking trans athletes, and they go on to irrationally attack trans activists over the trans athlete issue, but not before trying to dig up minute examples to...
Bama paid $1.5 million to a family of a dead cop aided by a criminal on early release. What a waste of taxpayer dollars.
Transphobic claim.
You guys have to also understand we are in a bubble. We are in a severe bubble, right? Especially when it comes to this particular issue, because there is growing rage in the country in regard to the lack of fairness when it comes to some of these specific situations in which transgender athletes are included in these competitions. You're gonna get upset about it, especially if you consider yourself or fancy yourself an activist for the transgender community. You can go ahead and get mad about it, but you need to understand
you can go ahead and get mad about it. I am better than you because I'm a bourgeois, elite, liberal, NIMBY, conservative, center-right bitch. What are you gonna do about it? Fuck you.
Not see it as fair, and it really depends on the specific situation. So, as I mentioned earlier, right, we don't know exactly...
Okay, I mean, I know Mike will eventually mention this, but, like, there are literally 150 trans athletes in the United States. 50 of them are in the professional/college level, and 100 of them are in the high school, junior high level. That is literally in totality across the board. Not in one specific sport, not in anything else, like, literally just across the fucking board. From, like, swimming to baseball, football, all that shit, all of it. Like, I mean, like, how in the fuck is this whole idea that, like, oh, trans people sport, like, this whole fucking shit about it being, like, a big problem or be some big thing, it's just insane. Because it's not. There's barely, like, 200 trans people in sports, and that's what we know of. And realistically, if we go across the board and actually were to account for the ones that we don't know about, it'd probably be more like 300. Like, it probably wouldn't even break 500, let alone 1,000. So it's just like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, you know, it's like there's not enough trans athletes to even make a fucking league of their own of any sport. So, I mean, it just makes more sense to just let them play in the same fucking sports, you know, and the gender they identify with. It just makes sense that way. Because, like, there's, I think in a swimming competition on a national level, like, one of the 50 trans swimming athletes, like, well, one of the 50 trans athletes, and one of them who was a swimmer, like, not swimmer, was a marathon runner. And she basically made the top 6,000 of the 12,000 who participated in that run. And like a bunch of, you know, anti-trans bigoted far-right extremists made a whole big hoopla that she made like 6,000th place out of like 12,000 because the other 6,000 women below her didn't get, you know, one step above their initial place because it's like she didn't even get like top 1,000. It's like she literally made like halfway through. It's like, so how's that even a big deal?
It's the most deadliest animal on earth is a mosquito. They've killed more people.
It's actually more in the top 5. But yeah, you're not necessarily wrong. It's one of, not the. It's one of.
No, mosquitoes, well, through disease, they've killed more people than any other animal on earth.
Well, through with that and stuff, yeah. But, like, I mean, there's other animals that have done a little bit more. I mean, it's literally like kind of a top 5, and they all kind of shift a little bit, you know, depending on the year. But mosquitoes always going to be like top 5. Usually it's like really like top 3. Like it pretty much like maintains that shit. Cause yeah, mosquitoes a deadly fucking critter.
Yeah, sugars.
God, being in Milway.
Okay, you went from
I said they could restrict them for testing until hormones kick in. They could take away national body advantages, which will go away after starting age female HRT. I mean, you know what's kind of funny? At the punk show I went to on the 4th, one of the, like the friends of, my friend Tyler that, we were all hanging out with, funny enough, at one point we were talking about, trans issues, and actually about this issue, about sports specifically, and she was saying, it's like, hey, it's like, look, I'm a feminist, and I do think trans women are women, but they're trans women. Sometimes, like, you know, my issue, at least, is like, well, just sports stuff, and, like, and I, you know, because she also was pretty drunk, but, you know, so she's like, so, you know, my thing is just, like, the sports thing. It's like, you know, there is, like, you know, advantages, you know, when it comes to biology and stuff, you know, when it comes to certain things, like, sometimes, you know, women do, you know, certain things, and sometimes men do, and it's like, when it comes to that, like, there probably should be at least a little somewhat separation, blah, blah. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I can get it, you know, and I didn't really know the specific number of 150 up until, or when this video came out, which was obviously today. But I was like, well, you know, it's like, yeah, I mean, I can get that, because, like, and especially, I think, if anything, I mean, a part of that concern, because, at least for me, I think, like, this whole biological, like, the body development aspect, I think there's at least a aspect about that I think can have a conversation about, but it is so, like, co-opted by, like, transphobic, bigoted bullshit that is, I think it's hard to really have that type of conversation in a way. Because are there, like, in a way, like, some biological aspects about, you know, a male body versus female body that are different? For sure, yeah. I mean, there are. I mean, honestly, there is. But does that mean that there should be, like, some sort of, like a norm or a construct of, like, how things ought to be because of that? I mean, it's just like, I don't think so. And I think, honestly, a lot of it's just because I think, you know, when it comes to things like sports or, like, social norms, stuff like that, we just, you know, like, have a misunderstanding really about how we should really, you know, like, treat these things. You know, so I don't make this point with people I don't trust, so, because I don't want to be misconstrued. Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about in a way. It's like, because I think there is an aspect to where I think it's okay to have a conversation, and try to have a better understanding about these things, in good faith, like I'm talking about, versus someone who's a bigoted and transphobic fuckbag who's just like, oh, trans people should be in sports, fuck them, it's only two genders, like, to me, there's an absolute fucking difference. Because, for someone like me, I want to try to come into the level of how do we better understand not just the human anatomy, the human body, and the human psychology, and how do we best, acclimate and, adapt to people's different identities and who they are, all this other shit, and, acclimate for that and address that type of stuff. Versus just like, oh, it's like some essentialist shit, fuck you if you want to try to change that and break away from the norm and all this sort of stuff. There's only two genders, blah, blah, blah. All that stuff. Because, like I said, I've always, said I'm a gender abolitionist. Like, frankly, to an extent, I consider myself non-binary, though, at the end of the day, still openly, at least to an extent, call myself male and stuff, but that's just because naturally just how I present myself. I know I can't, unless transhumanism and nanobot technology is a thing, in the next 5 years, which it ain't going to be anytime soon. Like, I can't change, fundamentally entirely who I am. And I'm not trans, so I ain't going to go for HRT and shit like that, right? So, so at the end of the day, like, if there were certain parameters where I could really fully express, how I truly kind of feel about how I am, then I totally would be a little different, at least to an extent. But just because, like, of the sort of circumstances that are currently. But nonetheless, I acclimate and, feel comfortable with who I am either way, and, and I'm okay with that. But, like, obviously for a lot of people, it's a lot more of a fucking struggle. And for some people, it's, a long struggle. Like, some people struggle with sexuality and their gender identity for, like, even when they're fucking, like, 30, 40, 50 years old and shit, right? It's like, some people, everyone's got their own journey with these things. And to have a society that is more normalized in a sense of, like, especially when it comes to an early age, helping people actualize and really, maximize their identity and who they are, and, nurturing that, that type of society is a good thing. That's positive. That helps, maximize people's, happiness and, actualization of who they are. And then you got cunts like this, bitch Anna and shit, who want to try to take that away from people. At least in this case, trans people. Yeah, Tech might be here by 2050, which is however long. That's only 30 years later. Yeah, when I'm 50, I guess. I want the nanobot technology to where I could basically look like a fucking furry, too. I want that nanobot tech. Like, I want to go all the way, because do you think I look like a human if we had, like, the full potential of that type of technology? Fuck no, dude. I wouldn't look like this. I'd look totally different. I'd look like a fucking, like, literal, like, werewolf, werehusky looking motherfucker, dude. I'd go the whole fucking shebang, bro. I literally would be like an anthropomorphic, like, little critter looking dude. I want to give a fuck. Get the tail, the little ears, the little ooh-woos and everything. Like, I'm not giving a shit, I would. Covered in fur, whole shebang, dude. And then I'll be in the Arctic where I belong. Or Siberia or some shit. Yeah, I'll go to the bathroom real quick and then we'll get back to this video after, how many stone locks at this point? Jesus Christ, we've been going for like 8 gajillion stone locks. little puppy. Yeah. What's up, puppy? What's up, boy? You little sweet boy. Goofball. Yep. One augmentation that filters the alcohol out of my blood so I can effectively drink as much as I want. It'll be like Thor, where he drinks endlessly from the cup. Where, what was the name of it, dude? I have that book. Yeah, here it is. What was the name of that fucking character again? Some fucking giant. Oh, Gokdrar Loki. That was what it was called. But yeah, the motherfucker unironically literally like challenges Thor to drink from a horn. Actually, where is it in here? Oh, right here. Actually, I'm reprogramming to filter it to THC. But here, dude, this is actually kind of funny. And funny enough, this is actually kind of like, weirdly enough, a little bit more humbling of like, you know, of religious lore in comparison to Christianity. But, you know. Thor eyed a horn, and it didn't seem very large, although rather long. It was quite thirsty and began to drink, swallowing hugely, thinking that it would not be necessary to bend himself over the horn more than once. When he drank as much as he could, he bent back from the horn and looked to see how much was in the drink to remain. It seemed that the level of the horn was only slightly lower than it was before. And, with Gokdrar Loki said and said, "Good drinking, although not all that much. I would not have believed if I had been told that Thor of Aesir would have drunk more, but I know that you will drain it in a second drink." Thor gave no reply, but put a horn in his mouth and resolved to take a larger drink. He struggled as long as he could to hold his breath and noticed that he could not lift up the bottom of the end of the horn as much as he could have liked. When he lowered the horn from his mouth, looked in, it seemed like the level was only gone even less than the last time it did in the first try. Although now there was enough space on the top of the horn for the liquid to carry the drink without spilling it. Then he gets to say, "What now, Thor? Are you going to be so brave to get to one more soda that's so good for you?" And basically, and then it goes on to say that he like grew angry, placed the horn in his mouth to drink all of his might. Continues he could, then he looked at the horn to see at least some difference. And basically, kind of goes on to say that like, basically that I'll try to basically say your strength is not as great as we thought, but you still try to handle other contests. And basically, in the next morning, he achieved and point. Where's the saying it? Oh, it's gonna be right. Oh, when you drank from the horn, you thought it was slow going. But on my word, it was a miracle that would never let you believe it could happen. The other end of the horn, which you could not see, was in the ocean. When you come to the ocean, you'll see how much drinking lowered it. This is known as the tides. So, the reason, like, you know, basically, like, the part of the reason why Thor couldn't drink out of that horn was because that's kind of partly, at least in a fun little way, you know, explains, you know, the tides of the sea. And also within those other contests, that was the second one, there was, like, two other ones. There was one where he was fighting this elderly grandmother, and there was another one where he tried to lift a cat. This very big, heavy, fat cat. Like a big chungus of a kitty. And the first contest where he was deceived, he basically was deceived because the elderly grandmother was death. And you basically can't wrestle death and beat death. That's kind of the whole idea, is saying that like death is pretty much inevitable type of thing. And the third contest is basically like, no matter how strong and like how brave you might be, there's always going to at least be something out there that will best you in your strength, you know, to an extent, which is kind of like another humbling type of sense. Like, you know, you can always achieve, you know, great strength, but, you know, there's always going to be at least something out there that will at least best you in that, but that's okay type of thing. I mean, you know, so, I mean, there's kind of a little bit of mixtures of different symbology, you know, within at least, you know, that specific story, but I mean, it's, at least in my opinion, more entertaining and cooler, you know, than the Bible. Less boring, And at least, you know, quicker to the point. This is way smaller. Way quicker to the fucking point. But anyway, enough to unlock.
But there are some prominent cases that have led to backlash that he could be talking about, so let's give you the examples.
Stop right there. It is not your job to identify examples for Trump to validate his anti-trans argument. It is your job to explain to your...
Oh, I didn't even mean... I was going on my own rant here.
These anecdotes that you can find should not be used to justify discrimination.
Remind me later after
job
this.
to educate your audience about how insignificant this issue is. There are approximately just 150 trans athletes in total in the United States, 100 at the college level and 50 about at the K through 12 level. I mean, in 2021, Associated Press, they reached out to dozens of GOP lawmakers who wrote legislation banning trans girls from high school sports, and they asked for examples of trans athletes being disruptive, and none of them could present any examples. But rather than approach it from that perspective and educate the audience about how the right is weaponizing this issue to gin up transphobia, Cenk and Anna proceeded to scold trans activists who defend trans athletes because they claim that this is a losing issue.
Yeah.
This is not a winning issue for us. It is what it is. You do what you want with that information.
Well, the advocates and activists for...
The only reason why it's a losing issue is because Democrats literally do fuck one to, you know, stand in solidarity and actually help trans people and shit. Or queer people broadly. And because of fucking people like you that want to be like, oh, it's not a winning issue, it's not politically, you know, on the menu, so fuck you. And just disregard and condescend and smugly, you know, talk down, you know, on people like this. So, I wonder really who's the issue. Is it the trans activists and, like, you know, and like the, you know, queer justice activists / like racial justice activists, or is it the motherfuckers that are going to condescend them and talk down to them?
Respond with, we don't care about the politics, right? We don't care about...
Okay, but then don't come... No, I gotta say...
Let me just finish my thought, Jake.
They both want to fucking be like, look, you know, I want to fucking, you know, like, say some, you know, shit here. Like, I want to talk shit real bad. I mean, come on. I know you want to talk shit, but let me talk some shit.
Say that, but okay, you don't care about the politics? Let's just, for once in your life, think strategically about what that means.
It means go fuck yourself. How about that, bitch? I mean, how about that? Like, I mean, you know, it's like, yeah, you know what? I don't give a fuck about the, you know, pragmatic politics. If this is what it means. If this is what, you know, the result of your, you know, like caring about politics is, then yeah, fuck your politics. Fuck you. Like, I mean, this has no value. This has no merit besides, you know, normalizing and continuing the ratchet effect of the DNC and the Democratic Party and progressives, you know, moving further right. Because you're nothing more than a fucking arm for that shit. Real politics is the thing. And yeah, and these motherfuckers are, you know, not doing anything to actually, you know, like, enact that. They're antithesis towards it. You gotta go with the flow to get anything done. And, you know, and these and you really think these motherfuckers are, you know, are doing that? Because going with the flow would not be, you know, like, continuing, you know, the whole GOP transphobic shit. And basically being at least at minimal J.K. Rowling transphobic turf fuck. It's like, I mean, that wouldn't be necessarily going with the flow. So obviously not doing it. Well, yeah. I mean, I know, I get what you mean. But, like, going, because, you know, because here's what's going on flow in America, is avoiding this whole woke, you know, culture war bullshit. People don't give a fuck about that. I mean, especially, I don't. The only reason why, you know, obviously we're, you know, talking about this whole thing, especially, is really because why in the fuck are they, you know, making this whole, like, culture war woke bullshit, like, an actual issue in their mind? Outside of the fact that they're just, you know, another wing of the fucking, you know, the status quo when it comes to, you know, winning over moderate conservatives and center-right and NIMBY neoliberals who, you know, don't, you know, give a shit about the, you know, like, career rights and stuff. I care about for we and career rights. I mean, I know, well like, no, I think kind of misunderstand what I mean. Like, I do. Like, I care about cultural and that type of shit. What I mean is, like, you know, with this whole, like, oh, everything's woke, you know, and CRT, blah, 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 like, that shit. Like, I mean, That's what I mean. Because, like, honestly, a lot of people are progressive and lefties, and, you know, and frankly, even some people are pretty apolitical, especially from my experience, at least around here. Like, mine vary, in ideas or broad opinions about it, but for the most part are fairly, like, socially somewhat in the middle, but a little more left-leaning about these things, and at least more progressive-leaning about these things. Because even, like, the more conservative-leaning, people that I know when it comes to certain social issues, like, I mean, even they are nowhere near as far-right or extreme in comparison to, like, this bubble that these fucking dipshits want to fucking, talk about, or, want to fucking, say for. It's just like, because they, it's like, oh, we're in a bubble. It's like, yeah, you are. You're in an echo chamber of fucking, bigotry and fucking, bullshit of, like, democratic elite status quo mainstream bullshit. Like, that's what you're, there for at this point. So it's like, I mean, that's at least true. Because broadly, honestly, like, I mean, for all the faults of the left, like, I mean, I'll say this at least, like, at least, like, a good chunk of the left, I mean, I won't necessarily say, like, what number, really, percentage-wise, I don't know, at least, like, a good half, 60% of the left, I'd argue, at least understands, like, the politics and shit, and also, like, the fucking, like, reality of things a little bit, and actually, kind of get it, and are able to kind of, like, realize that, like, yeah, it's, this type of, crazy shit is, all meant to be astroturf dog whistling and extreme bullshit that is just, really meaningless, and most people don't care about it. That doesn't mean that, you don't not advocate for it, because obviously I do. I mean, I'm doing it with this segment now, right? Like, I mean, this, like, the advocacy is something that, needs to still be there, but, most people, at the end of the day, aren't, giving that much of a shit about it. Even if they might be a little transphobic a little bit, but a lot of it, at least, if you're, when it comes to brass tacks, from my experience especially, it's just because of ignorance. It's just because, they, see the tangential, propaganda that's on Facebook or Twitter or whatever the fuck, on TikTok or something like that, and, and they just tangentially believe it because of that. It's just because there isn't, like, I mean, just being blunt, there isn't, like, leftist propaganda to counteract that. I mean, at least our propaganda would be objectively correct and good, like, legitimately, but nonetheless, it's just, like, it's just because of that type of stuff. I mean, so it's, like, realistically, at the end of the day, like I said, who's the fucking issue here? The trans activists or the motherfuckers who don't recognize the practice of these things? And don't recognize, the kind of, like, legit, brass tacks of all this. Because, I'm a working class blue collar motherfucker. I've been in the workforce for 7 fucking years. I've seen people of all walks of life and all sorts of backgrounds and shit. I've talked to them about various issues, trans issues as well. And, when it comes down to it, this whole, like, culture war thing, most people give fuck one about it. They don't care. Like, they might have their, opinions about, like, trans people or, like, queer people overall and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they don't give a shit. It's like, literally kind of like, oh, yeah, people are gay, people are bi. Yeah, some people are trans, I might not agree with that, or I might, think it's okay, whatever, I don't care, but nonetheless, yeah, they exist, I guess. It's usually like that shit. It's just kind of like a shrug, basically. I mean, it's like, most people really, that's kind of what I mean when people don't care about the culture war shit. That's kind of, at the end of the day what I mean a little bit. It's not like, the advocacy or the defense and sticking up, for social justice shit isn't it, like, or, for the culture war thing isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's just like, when it comes to how it is couched, especially from the people that are fuck hoarding that bullshit, no one cares. I mean, no one wants that. Like, because how's that paying their bills? How's that, putting food on their plate, and all that shit? Like, how's that helping them? It ain't. It's just like, even Republicans are sick of it. A stun lick. I like that. A stun lick. We've devolved in from stun locks to stun licks now. But yeah, if your mom being like your student loan thing, Yeah, Sanderson like once went to school, but she said they should have been borrowing for degrees. They don't have potential to make money if pay back debt. Cause yeah, so some important for education would have something you need to survive. Ugh. Oh yeah. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be against that if like there's at least grants that are available, like with FAFSA and stuff. You know, because that's not borrowing. You just get Pell Grants. That's not borrowing money. Like that's money that's granted to you via Pell Grants. So, I mean, if that's at least something she would be willing to advocate for as a compromise on something like that, I wouldn't necessarily be against it. Because like taking loans, you know, for education, I honestly do agree with that, you know, with that general idea. But I mean, what's the alternative, right? That's kind of my whole thing. It's like, what the fuck's the alternative? Like, what, paying out of pocket? What, do I at least get some Pell Grants or something? Or, like, what? Not blame that for the purpose. Yeah, I mean, oh, she is still liberal, like, you know, like from what you mentioned. And, I mean, I get it. But, I don't know. Maybe, like, that's why I want to at least, like, you know, maybe at least try to see if I can, like, visit, you know, with you and her at some point. You actually, like, you know, visit your side of, you know, the aisle things, right? She's, I don't, like, dude, I don't think she is whatsoever, and I wouldn't even think that. I do think she obviously is, you know, pretty liberal about things, but I would at least argue that she's fairly progressive, but she's just kind of, like, you know, one of those, like, progressive neo-libs, like, economically kind of conservative, you know, moderate liberal type, but socially somewhat progressive. You know, like, she couches me as that, you know, from what you've told me about her, even from my conversations with her a little bit. So, she's progressive for her age and time of birth. Yeah. I can get that. Which is okay. She's almost 6, remember. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even from my mom, yeah, I'll even argue, even my mom will, like, kind of throw a curveball and, you know, show her progressive, you know, side a little bit. Because she kind of had a little hippie phase, you know, in her life a little bit.
The Democratic Party to unequivocally support everything that the trans activists want, even if it's unpopular among the electorate. That means they're not getting reelected.
Oh, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean, hey, you know, being an abolitionist wasn't exactly popular. You know, being a desegregationist, you know, is not popular. Like, I mean, that's not gonna get you elected. I mean, fuck the electoralism. I mean, fuck that shit. Who gives a fuck? I mean, the whole point of things like the civil rights movement, the labor movement, the queer movement, you know, and queer liberation and shit, like, all these different things, that's not based off electoralism. That's based off of praxis, and that's the reason why we gotten, you know, to the point we are in the fucking first place, you dumb cunt. Piss me off. Dude, I know, I hate it. It's like, oh, that's not electable. Fuck electability, you know, when it comes to this type of shit. I mean, it's not like, you know, being some weird unhinged, like, you know, woke scold. I mean, this is, like, legitimate, like, actual issues that, you know, are valuable here. You know, it's like, I mean, because, like, what, you think this fucking bitch here is going to say this is Zoe Zephyr, for example? One of the first trans people in, like, in a state Congress, I think, at least in Montana. Like, what, are you going to say that to her? Because she's a trans activist, but also a lawmaker. What are you going to say about her, you bitch? Oh, wait, you're probably going to shut your fucking mouth, right?
Lawmakers who are passing draconian, disgusting legislation in various states right now as we speak against the transgender community. So how does that make you win exactly?
No. I don't know. Talk to Zoe Zephyr, because guess what? She won. She's in Congress, at least in I'm pretty sure state Congress, in Montana, and represents a district in the state legislature in Montana for Congress. So, I don't know. She got uncensored. I'm pretty sure she still is, but she's still a congresswoman. Like, she's still, you know, a lawmaker. But, you know, but the point is that she won. And being a quote-unquote trans activist, was able to win, and be openly trans and outright, express, these type of issues and, push that type of shit. Unequivocally and unapologetically. And guess what? Hey, apparently it can win. I heard they're trying to expel it. Yeah. And the thing is, it's always going to be an uphill battle, because you're absolutely right on that one. Trying to expel her. They have tried to censor her, and she is. Not that she wouldn't be back. Oh, of course. I mean, look at Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, for example. I mean, we haven't heard too much of them lately, but that's because they're back. They're back in their thing, and they're doing their shit. And, the Republicans learned, from that mistake that they did, and learned to shut their fucking mouth and, to keep their hands off of them. Because, honestly, they're going to be making waves in the future. You're going to hear their names again, I guarantee it. Same as Zoe Zephyr, by the way. These type of people are not just lawmakers and electoralists. They're activists. And those fucking people are going to be the actual leaders. They're going to be leading, actual progressives into fucking power. I mean, we don't got leadership now, but, if there's at least one fucking thing I am kind of optimistic for, is that won't be for long. If there are going to at least be some form of leadership from, people our age and younger, potentially, that are going to be making the fucking waves. Because Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, they're Justin Jones, if I remember, is my age. He's 25. He's younger than you, in a way. Right? So these people are about our age or younger. And, it's you don't think they're going to be fucking national leaders, especially, because like I said, when it came to Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, if you heard their speeches stuff when that whole thing was going on, when they're being expelled, or at least attempted to, they're amazing speakers. Both of them are phenomenal speakers, and are both hardcore, unapologetically, set with their convictions about what they're fighting for. They do genuinely make me optimistic about, realizing, we at least have opportunity for national leadership again, when it comes to leftists. Because, we need it. I want it now, but fuck, at least we got people, that will be making the waves here in the future. It's kind of the sad thing. It's slowly but surely boiling, boiling that water. It gets kind of annoying, having to wait and sit there. Minimalism in Congress. Well, like I'm saying, dude, it's happening. Justin Jones and Pearson, a lot of them are currently, mostly in, state legislators. But you don't think they're going to be making their way up? A lot of them are going to be making their way up into a national Congress, a national Senate, and stuff like that. Do we have enough time left to wait that out? That's why I want it now. Like I said, dude, it frustrates me. It really does. It's why I at least, try to take the optimism, at least, the hope, that I can when it comes to these issues. And at least, I think you should at least try to, too. Because, realistically, there's a lot of things that are fucked, but, at least at the end of the day, what we can do is try to soften the blow. And sometimes it's fucking frustrating because, oh my goddamn god, does it take forever to fucking, get shit done sometimes. 115 day a few days ago. Ugh. Yeah, well, remember that heat dome? That Oregon had, and the Pacific Northwest, had? Dude, I was in that. I know how that shit is. Dude, yeah, shit's fucked. Like I said, what we can do at least is try to minimize the blow as much as possible. Because frankly, at least especially when it comes to climate change, sadly a lot of damage is done. But, what we can do is at least try to, I keep saying it, but just mitigate what we can of that. And try to reverse course as much as possible of what we are able to do so with. And just soften the blow as much as possible. And just hope that, we can continue to persevere. And, knowing humanity, we persevered for a lot of fucking shit. So it's just we probably will. But, the only way we're going to be able to really solidify that is if we just actually, address shit faster than we thought. Yeah. You don't think I keep up with this? I keep up with a lot of this science with the shit. And it's freaky. It's really freaky. Because I see a lot of that shit, now, like, with just seeing it outside. Dude, I had a crazy-ass hailstorm. I had it as a YouTube short uploaded, and it was, like, that actually got a pretty fat amount of views, and it was, like, fucking insane. This is why I think a slight dip in pollution is why things got so hot. Apparently, pollution was reflecting sunlight. What the fuck? No shit. So that dip in pollution from COVID made things even hotter. So pollution actually is helping keep things cool, but what the? We have fucked this planet so bad, bro. We have fucked things up so bad. Oh my god. How does that even make sense? Oh my god. What, dude? What the fuck have we done, yo? What have we done, bro? Oh my god. That just breaks the brain, honestly. It honestly does. Like, oh my god. Good lord. My goodness.
Incredibly selfish of activists who are betraying their own community. Because when you say I don't care about elections, who cares about the Democrats? That isn't the point. The Republicans introduced over 600 bills against the LGBT.
Actually, that is the point. Because if the Democrats aren't going to stop these Republicans that you're talking about, then, yeah, fuck them. Yeah, who cares about them? They don't care about us. All I want to say is that they don't really care about us.
Elections! And over 70 of them have already passed. When you say I don't care about winning and I don't care about elections, what you're saying is I'm super selfish leftist activist and I'd like to build my cloud. But meanwhile, I'm willing to throw trans people and the entire LGBTQ community under the bus, knowing that these bills are going to pass because...
Sounds like the Democrat.
We're laser focused on a losing issue. And by the way...
Which are the Democrats and you. What, are you projecting much there, buddy? Like, I mean, throwing the trans community on the bus is doing what the fuck you're doing, you motherfucker. Like, I mean, really?
You're falling exactly into the right-wing trap. The Republicans, they tried...
You're doing that.
Everything. They tried anti-gay stuff, it didn't work. They tried trans bathrooms, you remember that? That didn't work.
They're still doing that, and you know what's fucked up? It is kind of working because you motherfuckers, are enabling this shit. With this stuff right now. Because, like, the only reason why it's becoming more of a fervent issue is because of the right-wing fascistic, normalization of this type of fucking framework that you're all falling for, you dipshits.
Of the military. That didn't work. They drilled in until they finally...
Wait. Oh, they tried to ban trans people in the military? No, they did. That worked. No, they did that. As far as I'm aware, Biden has not, reversed that policy. And if he did, then, hey... Cool, I guess. But, you know what? Like, hey, it did work, because they did it. So, hey, yeah. What fucking reality are you living in, dumbass?
Of like, hey, trans folks in, like, competitive sports seems a little bit much. And you don't engage them in that fight. They lose on everything else. But idiot activists, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there and go, no.
Dude, like, oh my god. Jake is literally going fucking unhinged. Like, I mean, dude, Jake is honestly legit on an unhinged rant right now, dude. This is legitimately dude, that pop. Oh my god, you're right. Oh, okay, we gotta absorb this in its totality. Oh my god. Soak this in. Soak that. Soak it up. Soak that shit right up, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Yes. Oh my god. Dude, oh my god, I'm so glad you pointed that out. Holy shit. Oh my god! Oh man, dude, that face was oh. Oh my god, dude! Holy shit! That's a dick inhaling face, dude. Holy shit, dude, he is. Oh my god, because he is. I mean, realistically, because he is. Oh my god, bro. Oh man, we got it. Oh, do you know what? Hold on. I gotta fucking. I got it. Hold on. I gotta screen cap this baby. Come on. Did it do it? Yay! No, wait, no, I don't want that. No! Don't do that. Okay. Wait, hold on. I want his whole head. Okay, there we go. Right there. Yeah. Fuck. Come on. There we go. Alright, hands off. Boom. Alright. We're gonna do a crop. Gonna do a big ass fat fucking square. Me. Alright, there we go. Okay, and boom. There we go. Alright, I had to save it, dude. I had to save that shit. Draw dick. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Oh, you know what? Oh, okay, you know what? Alright. Fuck. I will do it. I will do it, but I'm gonna do it. Oh, shit. Okay, well, we'll do it later. Well, I'll show you later, for sure. Oh my god, this one! This one's also good! No matter what fucking, like, pause you get him on, he looks so fucking goofy, dude. He's like, dude, he looks like he's holding back the fattest diuretical shit ever, bro. Oh my god. The 1,000-yard jinx stare who's also holding back a constipated shit. Oh my god. He saw Anna naked and can't unsee it. Oh my god. Dude, holy shit. Dude, we are just getting so... Okay, I gotta save this one too. This one's good too. This is a banger, bro. Oh my god, dude. We are just like getting some good ass fucking screen caps of this motherfucker. We're doing it, dude. Alright, we gotta crop it. We gotta crop this bad boy. Oh my god, I'm having way too much fucking fun with this now, dude. I'm having way too much fucking fun. Okay, because... Alright, gotta make it... Dude, we gotta make some memes out of this. Oh my god. Oh, we gotta make some fucking memes, bro. Dude, I'm gonna send this for some fucking... dude, I'm sending those to the fucking waves, dude. I'm sending that to the TJ Discord. I'm gonna send that to the Demon Mob Discord, Vosh Discord. Dude, we're sending this to, like, all the leftist communities. Cause I'm in a few of them, so it's like, I'm gonna send it through the waves, dude. I want people to unleash with the memes. Like, cause, oh my god. Oh man, dude. I didn't even mean to, like, pause or get to any of those moments, but fuck, dude. There's, like, those were, dude, both of those fucking frames are too goddamn perfect. Oh my god, I'm having way too much fun with this. Oh my god, holy fuck, dude. You know what? I mean, it's all worth it, though. I mean, fuck this piece of shit. I mean, you know, it's all worth it, honestly. Oh my god, dude. Holy fucking shit, man. I love it. Wow, we just tapped into some meme material, dude. We just tapped into some memes, bro. Oh man, dude. Oh god. Man, I swear, I swear to fucking god. If I start seeing those pictures, you know, in memes in the future, I am taking fucking credit for that shit. I don't give a fuck. I will take total credit, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro. Like, I gotta make sure those are fucking... They gotta be sent out, bro. And I want... you know what? I'm okay with it. I want it to be for the public. I want the people to have them. You know, I'm just putting that out there. You know, and they're public. You know, and those pictures will be for the memes and for the people. But I'm just saying, I'm taking credit for it. How old is he? 50? I don't know. I mean, he probably is about 50. God, look at this son of a bitch. That fucking face, dude. Hold on, let's see. Like, honestly, let's see. Let's see if it's true. Like, no matter what frame, like, you... Yeah, yeah. I mean, this one probably isn't as good, but yeah. I mean, he's kind of like this, like, Gabe's traumatized look of, like, what the fuck, but also very mad. Not as funny, but still, yeah, it's still amusing, but yeah.
In that fight.
Rage face, a little bit. Okay, alright. I guess maybe not every frame of jank, you know, but if you catch him in a good moment, you can get a funny one. I mean, it's kind of amusing. See right there. Yeah, that's what I mean. You have to catch him in a good moment. There you go. He's like, he looks like he's about to implode. Like, see, yep, oh yeah, you know, he's pretty amusing no matter where you pause him on. But every now and then, you can get him in a good moment. Oh my god, he looks so fucking funny, bro. He's just an amusing dude to look at, honestly. And you know what? I feel okay. He's about to cast a spell, bro. Yeah. It looks like he's about to cast a spell. Oh my god, bro. Dude, I'm having way too much fun with this. I'm having way too much fun with this now. Holy shit. For as serious as this topic is, I'm having way too much fun. I mean, you know, we need some reprieve, though. I mean, like, even though we had, like, a cajillion stun locks, I mean, like, considering the issue, I mean, there needs to be at least some reprieve. With that improper hand gesture, though, it's gonna explode in his face. I know, dude, it's gonna... It's gonna explode in his face. Oh, man. That's why he's so mad, because he can't fucking cast his spell correctly, because he had it explode in his face already a bunch of times. Oh, my God, bro. Holy shit. Oh, man, dude. Oh, wow. Holy fuck. Oh, holy fucking shit. Oh, my God. Oh, holy fuck. Okay. That is a rage face. Oh my god, okay, I gotta stop with this. I gotta stop pausing on a random link, cause it's just... Oh my god, holy shit, okay. Holy fuck, alright, we're done.
Idiot activist, yes, I just called you an idiot. Activists go in there...
Oh, fuck you, I'm having too much fun with you, asshole.
Oh, I'm gonna fall right in.
I'm hungry, yeah, dude, that's his hangry face, dude. That's his hangry face, not just hungry, but hangry, dude.
On the only losing ground we have, so we can elect more Republicans, so they can pass more
Definitely missed a meal or 12. Oh my god.
LGBT laws. Great, well played.
I mean, you know, I'll you know, like, okay. I mean, if you know, for real though, like. Oh my god, even his face is kind of like, you know, on the for real though, you know, it's like, you know, just being serious, you know, let me just tell you. It's like, I mean, like, honestly, I mean, he looks not as big as he used to be. Like, honestly, like, I mean, like, he kind of looks a little thinner than he used to be. Like, I feel like he used to be chunkier in the past. Like, I feel like he used to be more of a bigger boy, you know what I mean? I feel like he used to be more of a big boy. I mean, it doesn't really seem... Like, he's still a big boy, but not really as much a big boy, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of shed off a little bit of weight. Like, I don't know. I mean, he doesn't really seem as big. Like, those shoulders don't really seem as, like, big and broad like they used to. Because I remember him being kind of like this... Like, this big guy. But, you know, he still is, in a way, but it's more like... Not really as much. You know, that big, like, it doesn't really feel as, like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really seem as, like, big as he used to. Or maybe his head got bigger, I don't know.
And he's doing great.
that was genuinely unhinged for a number of reasons.
Yeah, it was, but also my fucking derailment of laughing my ass off over random frames of his face, and that was also probably unhinged. So, I mean, hey, like, hey, unhinged material all around.
I don't know who they're specifically referring to. I'm assuming that they're shadowboxing some caricature of a trans activist that they made up in
their own buffet on screen while he talks. Oh my god.
But I mean, we're
all going to hell.
Very, very clear. As a cis person, you do not get to dictate the terms that trans people fight on. They're the ones whose lives are in danger, whose rights are at stake. I think that they know better than you as cis people. Furthermore, even if you disagree with which issues they prioritize, it is absolutely fucking wild to accuse them of throwing their community under the bus if they don't cede ground to the right on particular issues. I mean, imagine them telling gay people that they can have gay marriage, but if they think that businesses shouldn't be allowed to discriminate because polling shows that people want that, well, they're throwing their own community under the bus. They're self-sabotaging. No. Discrimination is wrong, period. And most people, I don't think, base their political positions on polling. We base it off of morality. But on top of that...
I mean, even then I wouldn't totally agree with that 100%. I mean, I think it's definitely more true in comparison to the polling part. But I think what's realistically, in a lot of ways, for a good chunk of people, is probably just, like, what helps benefit, their bottom line when it comes to, like, the bills and putting food on their plate and stuff like that. Like, I think a lot of people will base it around that type of shit, in a sense. I mean, it gets interwoven a little bit with the whole, like, morality aspect of things, but, I mean, I feel like that'd probably be a little bit more truer.
David Dole explained this eloquently in a recent video about how they're so wrong on the politics of this issue.
Let's reiterate here, including 55% of Republicans saying that this is too much anti-trans legislation. This is too much. This polling finds that voters across all political parties see the Republican attempt to flood state legislatures with anti-LGBTQ plus legislation as political theater, said Aaron Thomas, a pollster at Data for Progress. It also shows that the ideas espoused by today's loudest anti-trans activists, that trans people threaten children and that our identities are a woke invention, don't resonate with the average voter.
No shit. Because honestly, like, even from my own personal experience without working otherwise and shit, this basically tends to play out relatively the same way. Oops.
And with the average voter. Again, this does not resonate with the average voter. This is amazing. I'm just gonna play this.
I'm wondering if you think that DeSantis's, very public war on woke distracts from the message that you like about him.
A little bit, I do.
He did sign a law that restricts transgender care for adults as well as kids.
I have greater concerns about the 6-week abortion ban.
Tell me about that.
I think if he made it clear that he's a states' rights person and that he's not looking to kind of pass a national law in this regard, I would be less concerned.
I mean, she basically literally disregarded anything about the whole quote-unquote woke trans thing and basically went into abortion. Like, that was her number one thing. It's like, abortion rights and states' rights. Like, those were basically the first two things she gave a fuck about. Not the whole, quote, woke shit or trans issues. Like, she just literally couldn't care. I mean, she just, like, disregarded it. It's like, whatever. Anyway, but this. I care about this. It's like, well, I mean, because honestly, realistically, that's how, like, a good chunk of people are, to the extent. Even from my own experience. It might not necessarily be abortion issues or states' rights issues or whatever the fuck. But, I mean, they'll have their little more, they'll have a pet peeve issue that isn't trans issues at all. I mean, even if they have, like, more, like I said, like, more of a transphobic, a position on it, or even somewhat of a more pro-trans position on it. Like, most people don't really care that much about it.
But she doesn't care about trans issues at all, either way. She's focused on, in terms of what concerns her about DeSantis. She's more focused on abortion, which makes total sense.
Exactly. And David's entire video is incredible, so I would recommend that you check it out. I'll link to that down below. But
this video is like 25 minutes long. I'm not doing that.
The point is, raw polling data alone does not determine elections because people are so much more complex than that. They prioritize issues differently. So while Americans might support trans discrimination in sports, it is a less salient issue to them than, say, the economy or abortion. But even if it was the most salient issue and it was unpopular, the goal with our large platforms should be to change their minds, right? Or should we just kowtow to Republicans? Because that's some cuck shit. I say we try to use our platforms to change people's minds rather than just throwing up the white flag. And cis people, furthermore, do not get to demand that trans people tolerate some discrimination. If you're truly an ally, you make the case for them and try to change minds, not tell them to back down. You tell Republicans to back down. You scold Republicans, not them. Now, when I originally talked about that clip...
I mean, no shit. I mean, like I was saying from earlier, I mean, at the very minimal, like, just basically sticking up for, like, your queer homies or trans homies and stuff like that. I mean, it's, like the very minimal you can do.
TYT originally on April 13th, I explained that the tone policing was not okay because they, as cis people, are trying to set the parameters as to what is and isn't respectable forms of protest when they don't get to do that. It's not their necks on the line, it's trans people's necks who are on the line. But basically what TYT said was shouting down bigots and making them feel uncomfortable is unacceptable, but sitting quietly with a trans
Which, why? Like, I mean, someone who's, like, openly a bigot and is proud of being so should be shut down and fucking, feel bad. Fuck them.
Fearmongers about you, that is a form of protest that the Young Turks is willing to tolerate.
Well, what you're about to see is what I think is incredibly counterproductive for anyone who actually gives a damn about transgender rights in this country. Let's watch. Now, it's worth
a random video that was out of context and chaotic, what looked like a classroom of just some random shit. Like, you could literally interpret that as fucking anything. Like, you could interpret that as, like, oh shit, like, a drill happened because, like, something happened. Like, you could literally interpret that as anything. Like, what?
There were trans rights activists in the room as she was giving her talk, and I want to show you what I think a productive protest looks like. Let's watch.
They honor you, they named their Woman of the Year. And so I went to this convention, it was in January, it was in San Antonio. And so I go to the convention, obviously not in support because the award was immediately meaningless.
Get any more disruptive than that, and you're going to be scolded.
And there's obviously people in the back, like, at least not maybe necessarily in that room where I could hear chanting and shit, so obviously there's more people there. Like, I mean, really? Like, that's supposed to be, like, hey, both forms of protest being rabble-rousy and loud and rambunctious is fine. And also, doing a sit-in like that is just fine, too. Because guess what? Like, it's the whole 2020 protests, because I partook in, a good chunk of those. At least, like half the protests, that were going on during those time. And, like, basically, like, a good chunk of them were pretty peaceful, and a lot of them were kind of like sit-ins, stuff like that, and a lot of them were very rambunctious and very rabble-rousy, and in a way were kind of purposely meant to try to, like, get under the cops' grill and shit like that, and get under their fucking gears, just so they, could, do a lot of the same typical shit that they do, and basically, continue to prove the fucking point. Because, like, I mean, they don't have to, bite the bait, but they do anyway, because, they just want to fulfill their dumb fucking quotas and shit, especially when this whole big protest is going on. So, it's like, I mean, I've seen it all when it came to that shit. Hell, I was one of the motherfuckers that got arrested one of those goddamn nights. Out of, like, the 400-something plus people that were arrested throughout the entirety of this protest, I was one of them. Same for my friend. So, it's just like... I mean, it's like, it's something that, is a part of the whole activism and the whole practice of this type of shit. It's just kind of par for the fucking course. I mean, it's basically the whole point of the all of the above approach. Like, I mean, that means that, like, one way of doing things isn't necessarily, like, better than the other or, like, superior to the other. It just means that, given the conditions that you got going, when it comes to, like, the political aspect of things, do what's best. All the above approach. Like, if voting's, the best course of outcome, do that. If, going out there protesting is the best way to do things, do that. Like whatever you think is necessary, basically. I mean, it's like, that's what really should be the approach of this when it comes to this shit. And sometimes, I mean, it's a mixture of all of that type of stuff. I mean, because you can do praxis and protesting and do activism and also do electoralism and vote too. And I mean, like, you could do both. Like, I mean, you know, or just do one, or just the other. I mean, it's really, realistically, it's your choice when it comes to the whole approach. Like, that's kind of the point. You know, see what's best within the means when it comes to that situation. And for some people, like, I mean, they got more options with that. And, you know, depending on, you know, other areas, not so much. Luckily, I mean, the area I live in, Portland, has got a pretty strong history of being pretty rambunctious, especially when it comes to protesting. And at least it's pretty easy to vote. Like, honestly, like, you basically have, like, a month's worth of time to decide, you know, who you want to vote for. Because when the ballot shows up, it's at least, like, well, it's not maybe a month. It's more like 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. You know, when the ballots get sent out before the election. So you get at least about like 2 to 3 weeks to basically decide who you want to and fill up the bubbles. And then, you know, once they're done, you can turn it right back in even before the election. So, I mean, honestly, like, even where I live in Oregon, it's pretty easy, you know, for that as an option as well. And that's just the norm. Like, it gets mailed to you. That's just how it works here. I mean, it's not going to the polls or some bullshit like that. It just is mailed to you, and that's just how it is. And that's honestly how the fuck it should be. It's like, I mean, you should have, you know, that time. Because honestly, it legit gives you an opportunity to sit down and think about it for a minute. Like, you know, there's not that pressure of being like, oh, you know, it's like I'm at the polls, you know, people are in line too, you know, it's like none of that bullshit. I think fucking never had to deal with any of that nonsense. Because honestly, the whole vote by mail thing, it's just so much better. Like, that should just be the fucking norm. That should just be the standard. It's just, like, and also safer in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, when it comes to, like, you know, corruption of elections, stuff like that, Oregon's got, like, almost fucking nothing when it comes to that. Especially since it's made vote by mail the norm and standard. Like, I think there's literally been, like, 3 or 4 cases of that. You know, and they were basically just somebody attempting to vote, you know, like, as somebody else, basically. Like, and signing in, you know, the ballot, you know, and turning it in, you know, as somebody else. Like, I mean, it's basically that shit. Like, you know, somebody being like, oh, I'm gonna vote, you know, for my mom and for my aunt and for my brother and blah, 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 and take their ballots and, you know, that shit. You know, purposely, you know, vote in the way I want, you know, and stuff like that. Which has only happened a couple times. So, I mean, and also they're kind of hard to prove to an extent anyway, because, like, I mean, it's not really unheard of for, like, somebody in the household or something like that to take, you know, everyone's ballots and turn them in, you know, like, I mean, sometimes I do that, like, if I'm like, oh shit, it's election night, you know, hey, you know, turn this in while I'm at work or something like that, you know, like, I'll do that. You know, so, but that's why I just tried to do it before then. Like, I'll turn that shit in at the drop-off, at any of the designated drop-offs, you know, before then, just because it's just, well, a lot easier. And plus, I just don't gotta worry about it. So, this is that.
But the reason why I'm bringing this up is not to rehash old shit, but it's necessary because Anna used that same example again to talk about an issue that she has with trans activists in a Twitter exchange with Juniper. Now, some of the tweets from Anna have since been deleted, but we can kind of piece together what was said and come away with an understanding.
Yeah, let's see what it says. Juniper, I'm sure if you noticed, but states are currently using violence against trans people. Curious as to why you seem to care about the graph to terrorize trans people and trans people being affected by this legislation of violence. You don't watch the show, so you have no idea what I talk about or how I often defend trans community, which you literally don't. So fuck off. I think the fringe shit and activists like you turn the country against people. Activists like you. Oh my god, fucking condescending cunt, dude. Turn the country. They're just too stupid to see it. You intentionally misunderstood what I said, you moron. Lol. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. You said barricading people you disagree with sound violent. It's not. Are those people being harmed? Did they get hurt? No? Then it's not violent. So, go fuck yourself. Like, just because it got barricaded in a room doesn't mean that, you know, it was violence. Like, fuck off. An alt-right group did that to a trans speaker. I'm sure you changed your tune. You're dishonest, childish, and batshit crazy. What? I mean, no. I mean, it's technically, like, because the thing is, like, alt-right groups do that to, like, trans events or, like, drag show speaking, stuff like that. While technically, like, you know, a lot of their protesting is not-violent, at least if they physically show up, is not-violent. I mean, what their broader attention is, oh my god, Anna really is misunderstanding this shit. Like, yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, you are. Like, cause alt-right groups and shit. And yeah, of course there's going to be a different tune, because the whole point of them protesting and, quote, barricading, you know, kids and people away from that shit, you know, broadly has, you know, underlying violent intentions. That's why they call it stochastic terrorism, you dumb bitch. I mean, yeah, maybe their presence inherently is not necessarily violent, because they're not doing anything besides just saying a bunch of bullshit and making a presence known and, you know, all that. I mean, the whole broader underlying intentions is different. I mean, trans people basically, you know, throwing the shade back a little bit and, you know, barricading an alt-right grifty turf speaker or some shit, or like some anti-trans speaker or something like that. I mean, that's the same thing. It's not violent. But, like, they're not going out of the way to fucking, you know, do violent, sarcastic, terroristic threats against them either. So, that's where the fucking difference is. Like, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. What a way to miss the actual fucking point and misunderstand everything. Because you just are better than everybody else, aren't ya?
Activists. So she presumably denounces the protest against Riley Gaines here, to which Juniper responds saying, "Not sure if you've noticed, but states are currently using violence against trans people. Curious as to why you seem to care about the grifter who terrorizes trans people than trans people who are being affected by this legislation and violence." Anna replies saying, "You don't watch the show, so you have no idea what I talk about or how often I do."
Well, he's gotta kind of reply to all that. Or read it out loud, but we already did. So, here we go.
Frame right-wingers and trans people as if they're on equal ground when that's not the case. One of them is a marginalized community who is under attack, and the other is a political group that is trying to attack said community. But at some point, Anna made this tweet, which
also was broadly kind of the point of what I was kind of saying. Oh, and this is also the kind of thing that Rose sent with one of his little meme threads, or at least, you know, a little batch of memes. It was this. That's why I was saving it. Civil rights movement did not use the same strategies as the trans movement, which, yeah, it did. In fact, the trans movement at the time was interwoven with it, you dumb bitch. Civil rights movement was literally interwoven with queer liberation, which includes trans people, you dumbass, and also the labor movement and racial justice as well. Especially labor and racial justice, especially. But what, you don't think queer people were a part of that? You dumbass? Like, because they were. Of course they were. Did barricade speakers to disagree with in the classroom? What? Yeah, there were. That happened. To persuade for nonviolence to show America their humanity. Well, yeah, it both happened. Like, there were, because guess what? Civil rights movement was a diverse movement of people who did peaceful, nonviolent protests, and also, quote-unquote, violent, good trouble protesting, and more aggressive forms of protest. You know, just broadly, really just aggressive form of protesting and shit. Like Black Panthers, I think it was like in California, they literally occupied the Capitol Hill in I think it was in Sacramento, like the Capitol Hill for California and shit. And they didn't do anything violent, but they did a sit-in and basically barricaded the whole area. And it's like, hey, until you fucking, you know, concede to some of our concessions and shit, we're just gonna sit here. And guess what? They all had guns. Like, all this, like, there's pictures of this. Like, I mean, it was a whole big fucking thing at the time. So it's just like, I mean, you had like these different wings of civil rights movement that obviously were a little bit more, quote, aggressive and violent and shit like that, you know, for being activists or whatever the fuck. While at the same time, you had plenty of wings of the civil rights movement that were very peaceful. So it was literally like I was saying from earlier, an all of the above approach, you dumbass. Like, do you really not get it, Kasparian? Do you not understand like this type of shit? Do you really not get it? Also, the tweet was deleted. So she deleted this because she realized how much of a fucking idiot she really was on this, and copped out on it.
For obvious reasons, but she says the civil rights movement did not use the same
we don't need to reiterate
that tweet because it's quite the doozy. It is
quite a banger of a tweet.
The take oof level is very high. Now that tweet is
oof. Wait, what was that?
It's quite the take. Oof level is very high.
Honestly, that needs to be like a super size of oof. It's not small, medium, large. It's small, medium, large, and super size of oof.
Wrong, because it's ahistorical, and also trans people have chosen, like the civil rights movement, to show people their humanity. You're just choosing to not see it in this instance, right? You're choosing to sympathize with the humanity of the bigot as opposed to the trans activists who are rightfully anchored at what she's saying, at what she's advocating for. See, you don't have to, believe it or not, sympathize with the bigot who's feeling discomfort for going on a propaganda tour demonizing this entire community. In the same way...
Shocker.
Though that she tried to sympathize with the maggot shot in her argument with Jenk, she chose to put herself in the shoes of the bigot instead of the trans activists, right? And rather than trying to understand why they would be angry, she's tone policing them. Rather than seeing that their anger might be justified because they're under attack, she's saying, don't do it this way, do it my way.
Do we dare call Anna a Karen? Anna Kansparian, dude. Aaron Kansparian, dude. Like, she's just like, honestly, she's literally just being a Karen towards trans people because they dare be a little bit more rabble-rousing and more good trouble type of protesting, in comparison to her liking. Like, dude, she really, oh my god, you know what? Yep, I nailed it, dude, she's a Karen. She honestly, Anna's just a Karen. Oh my god, dude, that's what she is, bro. She's just a fucking Karen. She's just like a center-right neoliberal fucking Karen, dude. Oh my god. Alright, I just nailed it right on the head, dude. That's who she is. That's who the fuck she is.
Or any trans person to coddle bigots and make them feel comfortable, especially when their rights and lives are at stake. Stonewall was a riot. Lesbians disrupted feminist meetings to demand inclusion. Anita Bryant got a fucking pie to the face. I mean, if the Young Turks were around back then, I could honestly see them tone policing gay activists who did that and saying, oh, this is bad, you're going too far. I mean, look, J.K. Rowling has also...
Honestly, I bet the equivalent of the Young Turks back in the day were doing that type of shit.
...denounced the tactics of radical trans activists because their advocacy for themselves...
And in fact, they were. And, like, honestly, there were different segments of progressive at the time that did tone police, like, other trans people and queer people about shit like this. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, this did happen.
Where does that stem from? Transphobia. Because they are forcing people to see their humanity and how unjustified their exclusion from society is. So I'll ask TYT, is it civil rights that you care more about, or is it the comfort of bigots? Because you have to pick.
It's not really necessarily either of those things. It's money. They're a mainstream media outlet that is a for-profit industry. Like, that's what they are. They're a for-profit network. Like, they care about the fucking money. Like, they, at the end of the day, they're just gonna, go where the money flows, and they don't give a shit. I mean, they're just a bunch of fucking DNC, like centrist, left / like, predominantly, like, moderately conservative, right-leaning fucking, like, mainstream schlock at this rate. I mean, like, they've been degrading, like, towards that route for quite a while.
I promise you, however trans people choose to advocate for themselves,
especially in the past year,
bigots uncomfortable. It's going to be deemed inappropriate because the tactics aren't really the issue here, right? They know this. The fact that they have the audacity to dare demand equality and stand up for themselves in the first place when society wants them to go back into the closet is the real issue. But in conclusion, let me just say here that what TYT is doing is profoundly dangerous. And they know what they're doing. Jenk and Anna have both been in the game way longer than me, and they know exactly the impact that they are going to have with this level of discourse, right? They know that using specific anecdotes of marginalized people saying or doing something that they disapprove of is a dangerous game, right? Because this is what Republicans do. This is what they do to validate discrimination. They say, hey, this one trans person or gay person did something bad. Aren't they so unreasonable? Shouldn't we deny them rights? This is how you get people to engage.
This is just fucking gatekeeping. I mean, which also, aren't they, like, bitching at trans activists, you know, for gatekeeping and shit? And aren't they literally doing that? I mean, it just shows how much, you know, fucking hypocrites they really are. Like, because they don't really give a fuck about being principled on these issues. They just, you know, like I said, they only care about where the money flows and shit, and that just makes them malleable to adjust their position to whatever, you know, makes the most clicks and most amount of revenue for them in any given month or week. Like I said, they don't care about any of these issues. Even they might have at one point, but not anymore.
Trans people as a whole are wrong about issue X, they're more likely to be open to discrimination, broadly speaking, right? And I don't care what TYT's intent is. I really don't. I don't care about their catalog of pro-trans videos. In fact, you can argue that that makes it worse, because again, they have a very large liberal and left-leaning audience that isn't going to listen to what the Daily Wire has to say about trans people. But if Cenk and Anna say that these trans activists are so unreasonable, their audience might actually be susceptible to that. Right? And I don't even have to warn Cenk and Anna how the right is going to weaponize their grievance against trans activists as further proof that the entire community is unreasonable, because they've already done that. My polite disagreement with Anna over the birthing person shit was literally quoted in Fox News as evidence that trans activists are unreasonable and no disagreement.
Oh my god. Dude, like, Mike Figueredo has actually been making waves in the right-wing sphere. What the fuck? Like, there's that Ron DeSantis ad, like, Fox News has made an article about that. Like, this whole fucking spiel between him and J.K. Rowling. Oh my god, dude. Like, holy shit. Like, how in the hell is, like, Mike, like, making the waves like that, dude? Like, goddamn, son.
When all I simply tried to do was engage in good faith, have a conversation. Furthermore, they have a massive, massive, massive audience, right? Saying something incorrect or making a hyperbolic statement about an entire group of people, I mean, that has consequences. And let me just say this. As a gay man, this is not the first time where I've had to confront supposed allies about them being bad allies, right? I think that if you're a queer person, you've absolutely met an ally once or twice whose support is fickle and conditional. But here's the thing. They're never going to be there for you when you need them the most, so those types of allies, just disregard them. Perhaps they'll support you passively and offer kind words once in a while, but that's the extent of their support. You know the kind of allies I'm talking about, right? The ones who will say, oh, I have no problem with gay people. I support the sinner, not the sin. Or the ones who say that they love LGBTQ plus people and have an LGBTQ plus friend or family member, but yet they vote Republican every single election cycle. Those types of allies. Those are the allies that are just worthless, in my opinion, right?
Because they are. Like, because they don't mean shit. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna, you know, love you as a sinner for being gay, but I'm still gonna hate the sin of you being gay. You know, and I'm gonna basically vote against you and stuff like that. But, oh yeah, I like you though. It's like, that shit don't mean nothing. Like, and it is fucking worthless. Well, fuck it.
My number one enemy, but certainly they're not going to be somebody who I spend much time with. There's a difference between those kinds of allies and the allies who assured me when I came out, or more specifically when I was outed to everyone, that they're going to protect me and literally put their bodies on the line to stop physical harm from coming my way, because I was afraid that that would happen when a homophobic family member was sitting ominously in their car for hours across the street from my house. I was wondering, oh my god, am I going to get attacked by a baseball bat? The people who assured me that no harm will come my way, that's the kind of allies we deserve, right? And I talked about my experience in a coming out video. I'll link to that down below if you want to learn more. The point is that you deserve that kind of an ally. You deserve the allies who are willing to put aside their own comfort to confront bigots and make them feel uncomfortable so you don't have to. You deserve the type of ally who's going to put their necks on the line to save you from harm or discrimination. So what I'm trying to say ultimately is you deserve better than TYT. If they're going to apply terms and conditions to their support for trans people or trans activists, it doesn't make the trans people unreasonable to tell them to go fuck themselves. They're the ones being unreasonable. And look, you can be disappointed. I personally am disappointed. I've watched TYT since 2008, when George W. Bush was still president. And I've been a network partner since 2017, up until May of this year. There's been periods where I disagree with them and didn't like some things that they said about particular issues. But I still never would have expected this level of vitriol towards trans activists. But regardless of their intents or how they got here, That doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that they're here now. In the same way I've had to cut out cancerous family members, I'm cutting out TYT from my media diet. Because...
Yeah, I've done that for a while ago. So, you know, like... I mean, because they've already been, you know, getting themselves more, like, you know, corporate slash, like, center... Like... left slash neoliberal already, and now they're basically just shifted even way further than that since I've last, you know, really tuned into their shit. And at this point, good fucking riddance.
Progressives tries to make you feel like shit for standing up for yourself in the face of discrimination and possibly elimination. I promise you, you don't need them in your life. You don't. You deserve better. Trans people deserve better. You can find better allies than that. So I'll tell TYT the same thing that I've told family members who tried to make me feel bad for shoving my gayness down their throats or advocating for myself too much or too loudly. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I really wanted to save it for that last little bit. Go fuck yourself. Because, yeah. I mean, if that's, I mean, because if this is where, you know, if that's like where they're going to go down with their fucking path after all this shit that they've done when it comes to their activism, and now they want to condescend about, like, you know, proper activism and all that shit, then, you know, fuck them. They're trash at this rate. And they always have been, frankly, you know, for a while. At least since, like, 2016, 17 onward. But, anywho. I feel like I spent a fat fucking chunk of time on that one video. But hey, all worth it, I feel like. So, anyhow, I'm at least gonna call it good for the rest of the night, y'all. All that full shit. Get myself some food, whole shebang, and yeah, call it good. So, peace out, and I shall see y'all at that next one. So, toodaloo,